She's a red-headed firecracker, tough as can be, them thrilling back, but still living carefree with a lazy eye that don't bother her none. She's the kind of woman that gets the job done. Oh yeah, they call her the Watcher, crazy. The God-fearing cowgirl who ain't lazy. She rides like the wind, ain't nothing she can't handle, with a heart of gold and a spirit you can't wrangle. No, no, watch out for the Watcher, crazy. She'll knock you out with a punch that's crazy. Don't mess with this cowgirl, you're bound to lose. She's the toughest gal around, she'll leave you singing the blues.
Oh, well. Happy Monday, everybody. I hope y'all are doing well. It was a great weekend, but it's been a Monday from hell. I'm just joking. It has not. It is 9:30 p.m. on June the 9th, 2025. And y'all, it's a mostly clear night here in Brazos County, Texas, and it's 81 degrees. But they say we might get up to an inch of rain tomorrow. We'll see if that actually happens or not. Somehow, I just don't see it happening. But I've been known to be wrong, and I am not a meteorologist, so don't take my word for it. Thank you so very, very much. I hope everybody's doing well, and I just want to say thank you all for joining me tonight. I'm so glad to have 28 of you in the house watching instead of spending your money or your time on a OUT platform where they just talk about haters and repeat and regurgitate old bullshit. So I appreciate it. And if there's anybody out there that's feeling generous and wants to buy me about 2,000 bots tonight, please go ahead and feel free. Tonight only, one-time offer, 2,000 bots. We need to make sure we have 2,032 people watching. Thank you so very much. If you can't, exactly, STD platform. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, David, good to see you. But no, seriously, I appreciate each and every one of y'all being here. And, you know, it's one thing to, I guess at this point, all you can do is make light of stupidity, or point the finger and laugh at ignorance. And so I don't mind that one bit. I truly, she comes in here just to slurping it all down. She don't even care that I'm live. She's like, y'all gonna listen to me lick this bowl. And then I'm gonna go switch my fat ass into this bed. Look, there she goes too. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm just gonna tell y'all that I'm to a point, I really don't give a shit anymore about that stuff. So we're gonna move on into covering some of the PDiddy stuff. Hey Snooks. We're gonna talk a little bit about Elon and Trump's little spat that they had. And then if we have time and I still have a voice, we'll get into some of the LA riot stuff. I've been having some good debate back and forth, I guess, discussion, not necessarily debate, I guess discussion about the whole protesting and all of that jazz. And I know that sometimes my views are very different and probably not the most open-minded or tolerant, but they're mine and I'll own them. So it is what it is. Oh, go Lambrow, you got a crown tonight? Hey, you got a crown tonight? Yeah, Raditha, they've turned into riots. And I'm just, okay, we'll go ahead and get it started off with this one, I guess, because I'm just going to address it now and give y'all some time to think on it a little bit before we get into the meats and potatoes of it. But so I am pro our First Amendment right to freedom of speech. Now, that doesn't mean that we can go out and incite hate or incite violence, or, you cannot yell fire in a crowded theater when there's not a fire. There are certain things that you just can't do. But if people want to gather and peacefully protest, then by all means they have a right to do it. Well, let me just say this. If you are here in the United States as an American citizen, or you are here legally in the United States, then you have a right to free speech as long as it doesn't, um, violate the terms in which our Constitution provides for us to have that free speech. If you're here illegally, guess what? It's my opinion that you're breaking the law. And if you are inciting violence and you're here illegally and you're participating in tearing up our property and all of that other stuff, then you are a terrorist. And I think you should be dealt with as such. And it's going to get to a point of civil unrest to where there are going to start to be casualties. And while it's one thing to bring in, the National Guard and things like that to help get things under control, if these people don't want to listen, that's where you start lighting their asses up. And I bet they start to listen. But the problem is people let others just push and push and push and push and push. Just deal with it. Deal with it. And I don't think, Raditha, I really don't think that he is going to back down. I really don't. And I don't think he should. I don't think that he should. I don't believe that, people ought to be able to, I don't think that he ought to be able to, people ought to be able to come in and blockade our streets where people can't get to and from places that they need to go. Yeah, Trizzle, I heard that there's fixing to be some protests, across the nation and stuff. And so, and like I said, if it's peaceful, that's one thing. But when they go to rioting and attacking the police, dropping stuff off overpasses, tearing down road signs, standing out in the middle of the highway, that kind of stuff, then sorry, I think that the quickest way to deal with that is to treat them like the little terrorists that they are. Pew pew. They out of there. And they need to go ahead. I'm sure they probably impose some kind of curfew. If they haven't, they need to. And where is the governor of California? And I want to know why we have people living in California that are supposed to be like news networks and stuff, and this family why is nobody down there covering this? Oh wait, because they would rather continue to try to brainwash and manipulate ignorant people who pay $30 a month to listen to them talk about hatters in my case, because I love hats. And that's just how that goes. But I mean, whether you live in a perfect weather area. And look, I'm just going to say this. Somebody said something about living 10 or 20 miles from there. Uh, it's 10 miles for me to get to the grocery store. Are you that big of a wuss that you can't drive 10 or 20 miles to go cover something like? Are you scared? I think you're probably scared if you don't do it. You just don't have a hair on your balls or a hair on your ass. You know? I mean, shoot, take your little scoot cart with you. Park a few blocks down. Ride the little scoot over there. Go on through there. You know, well, the mall during the summer is a great way to for some of these perverts out there to get a good watch in on some of the younger youth because it's summertime. Hey, Cluckers, good to see you. And they're going to enjoy their time at the mall. Mountain Girl, I'd go down there to live stream it and check it out and see what's going on. I mean, that's really and truly that's how channels grow, is getting in there and seeing, showing it, like, what is it really like. And I mean, for people that talk about content all the time and all this time spent doing this or that and blah 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 blah. Hell, I drove 4.5, almost 5 hours one way to go to the damn border to see what was going on down there. That was way further than 20 miles. I don't even understand. Yeah, Lambrow, I'm sure that they probably had a lot going on with their Wi-Fi's and stuff, but I mean, shoot, even if you don't go down there at night and you go during the day, I mean, I'm sure that there are some times where you can get in there and at least get a little bit of the coverage. I mean, we're talking 10 to 20 miles away. Like, I can go 20 miles and hit just about every part of town, right? And not go outside of town. Definitely won't go outside of the county going 20 miles in either direction. But I mean, geez, what, it'll take all of maybe 40, 30, 45 minutes in that kind of place? I don't know. But it just, to me, I think it's a pretty pussified thing there not to do it. But that's just my opinion. Hey, shit show, good to see you. Oh, so the other protesters are. I haven't watched a lot of like what's going on out there. It just makes me feel like it's the whole uh gives me the Rodney King vibes, I guess. I still don't understand what they're protesting about. Is it because our president is deporting people who are here illegally? I'm assuming that that's what it's about, right? Well, I'm sorry, but if somebody just walked up in my house unannounced and took up residence, I'm not letting them stay. Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm kicking their ass out. I don't know them people, and does it does it mean that I don't want any immigrants here? No, it doesn't mean that at all. I think that if people are going to come to our country, they need to do it legally. And if they're not here legally, then we need to handle the situation as we would. I mean, you think about it. What other country do you know that are just going to Oh Lord. Um. Oh, Snooks. That would be cool. I would love to see that. But what other country do you know? Like, if I just packed up my bags, exactly, Nick. That's exactly what I was going to say. If I just packed up my bags and decided tomorrow I'm sneaking into Mexico, or I go to some other country and just be like, hey, they're not going to hand me a debit card with money on it or a Visa gift card with money on it or pay for me some housing or give me some benefits or none of that shit. They ain't helping me with food and housing or nothing. So why is it that we're expected to do that for all these other folks? At what point do we put our foot down and say, you know what? Yeah, we can be a humanitarian nation once we're taken care of, you know? And yeah, can't we just all get along? That's what it reminds me of is can't we just all get along? And obviously the answer to that question is no. No, we can't. Why? Because we still have dipshits that want to come in the country illegally and think that they belong here. Well, they don't. They don't belong here. Sorry. Do it the right way. There's plenty of people that have done it the right way. So, and the quicker y'all they can figure that shit out and get them people on back where they go, and the better off we'll all be. And then we can start figuring out a way to uh improve the process. Lambrow, I'm all for it. I think that ICE has the jurisdiction to go anywhere they want to make those arrests. And I think that they should. And do I necessarily think that it's a beneficial thing for our children to see? No. But they also need to understand that there's consequences when you break the law. Period. So, now, do I think that they need to go in with guns drawn doing that in an elementary school? No. Do I think it's okay for them to walk in there with weapons on them? Absolutely. Absolutely, I do. Exactly, Snooks. Because, because we're such humanitarian people here in the American society that we'll give away our own benefits and health for those that come here illegally. Yeah, it does, Mountain Girl. It really does. And you have to stop and wonder, when are people going to wake up and understand that by continuing to do this over and over and over again, we're basically giving ourselves into poverty, and we're allowing all of these other um, countries to send their people here to the point of it's no longer going to be our country anymore. I agree, not afraid to stand alone. You don't do that shit in other countries. Guess why? They'll take your ass out. They'll lock you into prison or whatever. And they are not humanitarian about that shit. It just Kyrie, I completely understand that. Spirit of New Orleans, I do agree with that to a large extent. You know, yes, Nick, keep us impoverished, keep us broke, keep us not owning anything, keep us divided and fighting, and then throw things out there in the media, in the news that are really, in the grand scheme of things, not quite as important. Spirit of New Orleans, yes, I can definitely see the truth in that for sure. So, I mean, it's just crazy, and we've become so dependent on these other countries, and we become fat. We become a fat and lazy nation. Let's just keep it real here. The reason that a lot of these a lot of these illegals are able to come over and and basically flourish is because they're willing to do the work that Americans aren't willing to do. And they're willing to do it for, usually a pretty low price to begin with. But hell, I mean, I know of a situation where there's a company that was known, they were known for hiring illegals. Okay. And over a number of years, it became one of the places that, through word of mouth, illegals knew, hey, if you need a job, this is where you go. And this company saved millions, if not billions of dollars because number one, they were able to underpay. Number two, because they were able to literally screw these people over, and those people didn't have really any recourse. They were afraid if they spoke up and said something that they would be deported. And this went on for a while. And then a group got together and decided, yeah, you know what? We're not for this shit anymore. And they spoke up and started exposing it. And they, that very well could be true, Nick. I just know that, around here where I am, it's very obvious. Like, um, who's willing to work, and you see it so much more with the Hispanics, the illegals here. I mean, they're up lining the road waiting for somebody to come pick them up. They will work all day. You don't have to keep telling them what to do. You have to tell them to get off their phone. They put in a hard day's work. I believe it, Spirit of New Orleans. Then people need to move back wherever they came from. Yeah. Well, and I was talking about that with somebody the other day about how, um, I think that the younger kids, like for example, the youngins that are around my son's age, they were the first like generation to really grow up with the internet, the World Wide Web at their fingertips, and cell phones, and you know high speed internet at that. Um, all these smartphones and GPS and all these different things, and now they're rolling out this AI stuff, and they are so used to having everything right at their fingertips, like literally right at their fingertips. And they want something, and they can Uber it and get it delivered in 30 minutes or whatever. It's just, I want it now, I can have it now. And so it's there's not a lot of problem solving or critical thinking that happens. And holy shit, I'm like, what in the world? And they think that everything should be right now, right now. And it's like, no, that's not the way life works. But it's bled over, you know, to even to their parents, us adults. Yeah, it is. It's a trash society. There's no morals. There's no values anymore. People call good bad and bad good. You know, I mean, we look to entertainers, you know, for our direction and our moral compass. You know, I sit and I scratch my head. And, you know, I look at a bunch of different, like, I'm one of those people that I love get critical thinking. Yeah, some people can't think for themselves, let alone critically think. Um, but I'm always out there, you know, reading up on things and um just trying to understand more of what's happening in the world. And while I am a spiritual person and I believe what I believe, it's probably what enlightens me and gives me the most understanding of what is to come. And y'all, I hate to say it, but I don't think it's getting any better. It's like, you know, put your freaking seatbelt. What is that old saying? Put your head between your legs and kiss your ass goodbye. I mean, I feel like that's kind of where we are, you know, and it's scary to think that, for example, I know that right now, if the power grid went down, like if we had no power, no electricity, you know, no air conditioning, none of that shit. We had none of that stuff. I know exactly what to do to survive. Why? Because when I was growing up as a kid, my parents took us out camping, taught us how to build a fire. We had a garden where mom taught us how to plant and harvest. You know, we learned how to hunt. We learned how to fish. Yeah, Spirit of New Orleans, absolutely. You know, I remember a time where we had a party line phone. I remember a time when we didn't have cell phones and we didn't have Google Maps and we didn't have Google or AI. You know, mom would say, "Hey, go get that encyclopedia if you want to know what that means." Or, "Hey, mom, how do you spell blah, blah?" Go get the dictionary off the bookshelf and look it up. You know, I mean, I wonder how many people under the age of 25 today could walk between the ages of, let's just say, I wonder how many people between the ages of 12 and 25 could walk into a public library and use the Dewey Decimal System and the card catalog and go find a book. I agree. I agree, Dr. Wolf. Yeah, Nick. And that's what I was talking to someone, I think it was yesterday. We were talking about, like, with Canada. You know, when you go in, if you're not Canadian and you're going into Canada, and let's say a woman is pregnant, you know, and then there's a chance she's going to have that baby that she's going to be there during the time of that. But they're going to make sure she can pay for that. She's not going to become a burden on them, you know. And why are we not doing that? You know, why are we expected to just give everybody a handout? And then to think that we're the most powerful nation. Like, but we can't seem to get our shit together on our own soil. It blows my mind. It absolutely blows my mind. But I hope that they can quell the violence. And if people want to peacefully protest, I'm all for that. I think that is a right that we have as Americans. But if they're illegals, they shouldn't be here. Nope. Get their asses and send them home. Hey, free side. So that's just my opinion on that. Which leads me to my next thing. I want to know what you all think about the whole shit and shebang between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Oh, Nick, don't even get me started on taxes because I do not understand how it is that people that will go out and work every day have taxes taken out of their check. They will then go and purchase a home that they have to pay not only sales tax on, but they have to get all this insurance. Then they have to pay property taxes every year. And then if you want to have a couple of toys, guess what? Then you have taxes on that, sales tax on that. If you go to the grocery store and you get things that, aren't like preparable foods or whatever, you have to pay taxes on that. And, it's tax, 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 tax. And I'm just like, holy shit. We never own anything and they nickel and dime us to death. It's insane. Yeah, I think Elon really is shit in the bed. I think that he really fucked up. Um, I think that I think he probably knows at this point, even considering what his dad said, um, that he, yeah, property taxes here in Texas, well, where I live, they are high, and they continue to go higher and higher, and I'm just fit to be tied. Oh, there's a big stink going on at the local level, on the county level right now here, because they want to build some East Loop highway that we don't need, that's going to take at least 30 years to build at, like, I don't know, $300 million or some shit. And we don't need it. We don't need it. Yeah, we don't have a state tax here either, but we do have a lot of other taxes, vehicle registration, boat registration, trailer registration. Um, of course, you got your sales tax. And depending on what county it is, depends on how much that sales tax is. Yep, you're exactly right. Sleep on the beach now, they'll arrest you. You got to have a damn license to hunt. You got to have a license to fish. If you sell your vegetables in town that you grew out in the county, guess what? You have to have a permit to do that. It's like they fucking nickel and dime you on everything. And yeah, the whole insurance, like, I get the need for it. Like, I worked in insurance for 13 years. And I definitely see how it can pay off. Yeah, same thing here, Georgia Peach. Well, if it's in the county, I don't think you have to. But I know that if you're inside, woo, Spirit of New Orleans, that's high. Damn. Mine's like half that. Jeez, Willikers. That hurts. But you're down there in New Orleans, and y'all do have really high insurance down there. Yeah, and I mean, even here, and all the insurance companies are going up. But it's because everything else is inflated. And so, yeah, it's a racket. I think it's a big racket. Honeybee, you're too funny. Don't get a target on your crown now. They're going to start naming you Queen. Be Queen Honeybee. Um, but yeah, I really do. And Trump was right. Nobody wants. I'm sorry, y'all. I have no desire to drive an electric vehicle. I really don't. I mean, I hear that you have to stop and plug those things in. Holy shit. Cluckers, that's nuts. See, I don't understand how people afford this shit. Like, I make damn good money. And I still like it's crazy. It is crazy. But I will say that my property taxes and some of my personal property stuff is, yeah, insurance is a racket. I agree. But it's nice to have whenever you need it. That's for sure. Hey, Crazy Brad, it's good to see you. Jolene, with your whipping pony. Yeah, Clucker, same thing. That's who I'm with too. And I've shopped. And because I've been with them for so long, nobody can beat the price, you know? And I mean, I pay a lot less with them than I would anybody else. Yeah, Catfish, I'm not with that either. I mean, I was always I was always told to keep electronics dry. Um, Surplus line is usually like high risk. It's going to be things that are high risk, like for people down in New Orleans, Florida, anywhere along the coast, Galveston, Corpus Christi, Port Aransas, anywhere along your coastline, all up the coast of California. California has the earthquakes, and they're just a whole different animal with their freaking wildfires and all the other crazy shit they get. But surplus lines just means that it's usually high risk. So you're going to have higher deductibles, less coverage. Yeah. It's probably like, so in Texas, if you're turned down, if you're denied insurance, then you go through surplus lines, which is through the state, quote unquote, state governed policy, basically. And yeah, it's basically a Lloyd's of London policy. They're old policies. You're not really, and it's like your flood insurance. That's another thing that's like a surplus line is flood insurance. Um, so, and every state is a little different. They're trying to move. Yeah, Roy. And typically, if you're denied by one insurance company, you're going to be denied by most of them, or at least three of them. So, uh, at least your big ones anyway. So, um, Spirit of New Orleans, you probably do for cars, but you wouldn't want it. It's hella expensive, and you don't get near the coverage. Oh, very nice, Wildflower Girl. Yeah, and see, State Farm used to be one of the only insurers that covered smoke damage. I don't know if they still do or not. I know in Texas, we had some wildfires. I want to say it was probably somewhere around 2013, 14, maybe. Um, anyways, there was a lot of homes that were damaged by smoke, not by fire. And State Farm was the only insurer at the time in that area that what was covering smoke damage. So, yeah, Beth, it is. You probably have to again get it through like surplus lines, and if you've ever had a claim before, mm, you might not get it. Yeah, State Farm is generally speaking. Yep, that's right, Roy. State Farm, generally speaking, is a good company because they've been around for so long and they are such um, a well known, well established. Like, for example, here, and I don't know that this was the case everywhere, but like the Texas Department of Insurance allowed State Farm to write homeowners on an HOW form, where most insurance companies write on an HOA or an HOB. Um, State Farm was able to do the HOW, which provided like slab coverage for your home, a water damage endorsement, slow seepage and leakage. Oh, that's cool, Nick. Yeah, I will say that I actually got to see State Farm in action many times. And while there's always going to be people that don't understand how insurance works and they don't care to understand it, um, I've seen it really take care of people. So I know that um, Allstate was one of the worst here in our area. Well, and you believe it or not, most insurance companies they have uh they have a matrix they use when it comes to settling claims based off of the policy maximums and like the severity of the incident along with whatever the estimated damages etc are, and it is very fair so that people don't turn around and sue the shit out of them. But they've had their fair share of lawsuits and things like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, it hasn't always been top of the line for some people, but they do have to maintain a profit. And there are so many people who think that insurance is like a warranty policy, and it's not. It's catastrophic. Like, it's what it's there for. Oh, yeah. Allstate, I'm telling you, they're absolutely horrible, in my opinion, my personal opinion. Um, but no, I mean, and I just saw the other day where, State Farm, I want to say that it was in California. They're actually going back and forth right now with I guess it's the government or the governor or whoever there in California about a 30% rate increase. So, I mean, it's one of those things where, as areas start to grow, like I can only really talk about State Farm because that's the only insurance company that I've ever worked for. Good night, Lambrow. Thanks for stopping in. but like here we're for auto insurance, we're broken into zones. And so your insurance premium, the way that they band insurance together, oh yeah, 30% is way huge. Um the way that they band insurance together is how's the easiest way to explain it? So let's say for example, um they have a 30% rate increase on auto insurance. Well, it's not 30% on your 6-month premium. It's usually going to be what they pay out the most in claims, which is going to be your liability, bodily injury, and property damage, your collision deductible. And that collision deductible is all, yes, I agree, Mountain Girl, is always going to be high, higher than your comprehensive, because comprehensive are things that you can't control, and then collision is going to be through fault of your own. And so, what they do is they actually break you out into, they take a state and they break it out into zones. And what they look at is they look at um, claims per capita per, like how many claims happen per individual in that zone. And Brazos County is actually one of the lowest rated zones in Texas. But that's because if you look, not too far away from us, we have the bigger cities like Houston, Austin, Dallas, that kind of thing. And we're kind of in the middle of those three major ones. And so, our rate increase that we see in our area may only be 18%. Thanks, Roy. Where if you live in Dallas, it might go up 30. And it's because of, the number of claims per capita that are happening and what's being paid out. But yeah, I know when I first started with State Farm is when they went to what was called CRI. And it's, they say that it's not, but it's a credit rating index that they used. And they started pulling in, not only there were over 2,000 factors that they looked at throughout the quoting process, all the way down to the trim package on your vehicle. It's crazy, and then they spit back this premium that, this data set says, oh, you should pay this. Nick, I think you're reading my mind, dude. Like, are you sitting next to me? Roy, I think redlining would be more of um zoning people in such a way that they get that underserved groups are basically counted out. So with the way that they do auto insurance premiums, it's not redlining per se. Thank you so much, Nick. I try. That's that Moonlit Path by Bath and Body Works. It's my favorite. My absolute favorite. Just saying. You don't smell too bad yourself there, bud. Would you wash last Friday? I'm scared to ask. I am so scared to ask. But yeah, and I mean, because I think I saw Spirit of New Orleans say earlier that he's got flood insurance and it's still less than $1,000 a year, um, which is not bad at all considering where you live. But I I would be interested. Hey, Roddy, I would be interested in, like, do you have like $50,000 in personal property, or your structure of, is it an actual home, like a homeowner's flood policy, or renters type? Oh yeah. No, in here, Roy, they don't use income. 350K. Oh, that's not bad at all. Not bad at all. So it just depends on what state you're in, Roy. I know that in Texas, if you go through the Texas, oh, what's it called? Texas Wind Insurance, something or another. Anyways, if you go through them for the flood insurance, you're looking at, like, if you're not in a flood zone, it's really inexpensive, and it's for, I think that's the minimum you can get on a house, on a homeowner's policy for your structure. I think the minimum is 50,000. And then they band it in increments. So you can do 50, 100,000, 150, 250,000. I think is how they band it. And then you have, personal property is usually going to be 50% of that. Then you're going to have a high deductible, which is probably going to be a anywhere from 2 to 4%, 2, 3, 4% deductible. And that's of the structure amount. And then you may have no liability coverage on it. Yeah, I don't blame you, Spirit of New Orleans. I I know some people that were there during Hurricane Harvey, lost everything. The wife moved up here. Well, they all moved up here and started working up here. And then her husband he worked for New Orleans Police Department. And he ended up having to go back to work. So he moved back down there. Hey, American Honey. Um, he ended up moving back down there, and damn, 75. Ooh, that would hurt. Man, that would hurt. Mm, 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 mm. Jeez, Willikers. Yeah, that's where they get you. That's definitely where they get you. Yes, you're right, Roy. It does depend on if it's replacement cost or actual cash value. And I know in Texas, when you do flood insurance, it's typically an actual cash value policy. Or it was the last time I looked at them, and that's been 6 years ago. So, oh, Roddy, 100%. And I think that that's one of the things that people don't understand, um, is that there are other costs that are associated with it. And like with State Farm, they have what's called, on the homeowner's insurance, they have the increased dwelling option. So if you insure your home for 100% of the replacement value, then there is an additional 20% that's built into the policy, that if you suffer a total loss, they will give you above and beyond your structured amount to cover the cost of additional living expense. And that's anything separate from your normal everyday bills that you would have while your home is being repaired or redone, up to 24 months. So, and then, well, if they depreciate your replacement, then you show them your final invoice. And if your final invoice for what you paid for it is more than what they've paid you and you've already met your deductible, then they should give you a final check for the difference. So, well, Spirit of New Orleans, I heard that. I have mine is a barn dominium, so it's basically concrete and steel. Except for the internals, it's of course sheetrock and a lot of wood, cedar. Um, and my homeowner's insurance on this, and it's insured for 254,000 for the structure. I think 300,000 in liability, 75% of the 254,000 for personal property with 1% deductibles, water damage endorsement, dwelling foundation coverage. And I think I'm at like, I don't know, $1,200 a year, something like that. Yeah, that's nuts that they require a new roof every 7 years. Like your typically your standard, like if you take the low budget shingles, they're at least like 10 to 15 year shingles. Shit. They really rip y'all off. That's the blues. Oh wow, Roddy. That's wild. Yeah, I mean, it's yeah, Cluckers, most. Yeah, Roy, that's how it is here. If in Texas, if they can't match the shingle, then you get a new roof. But I mean, shit, with the deductibles the way that they are, like right now, if I had, well, no, my other perils, so anything other than wind and hail, I think right now on the house I have $1,000. Maybe it's either $1,000 or it's 1%. So it would be like $2,540 for me. But I tell you, they get you. They get you any way they can when it comes to that old insurance. That is for sure. And hell, I'm like, I now I will say that State Farm probably has some of the best discounts. Because like I have well, Ruben, actually you can. Um, you can get shingles with age, especially if you have had chicken pox as a child. Yeah, Cluckers. I did that too. On well, because I mean, wind and hail, I'm not worried about. My shit's pretty solid, and so I'm not really worried about the wind and hail. So I think I went up on that one. Um, but I'm one of those that because I have so much equity in the home, I only have to insure it for about 90,000. Um, but when you do that, it goes to an actual cash value policy. So, um, oh wow, Roy, that's nuts. I'm gonna have to check and see. Ooh, Joy. Yeah, that's not fun. I'm gonna have to check and see who that was. I know that there was one crazy insurance man in Texas about 10 years ago that let me tell you, he was doing all kinds of crazy. He was a State Farm agent. He was selling drugs out of his office and everything. He was in East Texas. It was crazy, crazy, crazy stuff happening. But they definitely need to do something about bringing the cost of this shit down. It's just like health insurance. That's another racket, you know? I just, I don't get it. I mean, how can you walk into a doctor's office and pay cash and get everything at 50% of the cost that they would charge if you had insurance? Like, if I have insurance and I walked into my doctor's office, Woodrow Pringle? What? No, Spirit of New Orleans, what you got attorneys for? Huh? Hmm? Are you a bad boy? I don't see you being a bad boy at all. Maybe a little mischievous, but Kyrie, I'm about 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours from Dallas, and about 2 hours from Austin. Steve Mostyn, that name sounds familiar. I'm gonna have to ask. I'm gonna have to ask one of my family members if if they knew him, because that name sounds really familiar. Oh, you're not a bad boy, or you're not mischievous. Oh, Joy, I'm about an hour and a half from Spring. That's just right down the street. That's why I'm like 20 miles. What is 20 miles? You know? Well, Kyrie, somebody's gonna get pew pewed because they ain't gonna play that shit, or they'll get ran over. Like, that's the other thing too. I heard that they had those self-driving cars out there in California, and I guess people were standing in the road or something. I don't know, and the car just shut off, and they started burning them to the ground and whatnot. Roy, I'm not a huge fan. Um, there was a video out a couple of summers ago where, what's his name that owns? I always want to call him Jim Jones, and I know that's not his name. I think it's Jerry Jones, the owner, whatever his name is. They were having football practice, and I think it was Jamie Foxx that was out there. Um, I'm pretty sure it was Jamie Foxx. Anyways, Jerry Jones was, he asked one of the guys, he was like, okay, look at number da, 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 da. He's got a 9.5 inch dick. He was like, what? He said it plain as day. I was like, how do you know how long his damn dick is? It's nuts. Cluckers, I agree. Like, where is he? And he's just like, they just don't care. But it's all Trump's fault. They won't run their state, but it's all Trump's fault. And then what? They're going to want the government to subsidize and give them money and stuff because of all this shit. Oh man, Roy, I did too. Look, my grandmother lived in Houston, and when we go to visit her, I had this little outfit. It was a Houston Oilers outfit. It was a pair of those shorts. It was a pair of, like, back in the, I call them come fuck me shorts now, but they're the kind that what's his name? Richard Simmons. I'm a pony. I'm a pony. It was those kind of little basketball type shorts. And then it was a light blue shirt, and it had the Oilers helmet on it. I love that. No, I don't. If I heard it, I might, but golly, that's been so long ago. Who is the mayor of LA? Is it still that beady-eyed woman? Was it that did it used to be that beady-eyed woman that looked like a crow? So the National Guard is saying LAPD isn't showing up tonight to help them. Imagine that. Karen Bass. Wow. No, Spirit of New Orleans, it's not. It closed down some time ago, and then I think it was what at the Travis Scott concert where they had a stampede and there was like, I don't know, like 19 people were killed or something like that. I think that's the last thing that they did there at Astroworld. But none of the rides were open or anything. Yeah, Lori Skankfoot. That's who I was thinking about, Nick. Um, but no, Astroworld, man, that was like my favorite place. I used to love going to Astroworld. Golly, it was the bomb. And my favorite, I think probably my favorite ride at Astroworld were the old timey cars because I got to drive and I love driving. That's why I like mowing the yard. I get out there on that riding lawnmower and I have a ball. I just like driving. And so that was my favorite ride. That and that the what is it, the log one where you're in the water, the log ride or whatever the hell it's called. Um oh, you mean calamine lotion? Oh, is that what it was called? The Edge, yeah, and Thunder River. Thunder River was my other one. I like Thunder River too. But that Grease Lightning became one of my favorites as I got older. I really like Grease Lightning a lot. But my mom, believe it or not, one of my mom's first jobs was at the Red Barn, which was it was at the back of Astroworld. You could go back there. They had concession stands and you can get a burger. And it was like it was a red barn and it was covered like a covered pavilion type thing. And she worked back there. That was one of her first jobs. Okay, Kyrie. So here we go. Yeah, I haven't been watching the Karen Reed trial. So I can't tell you nothing that's going on with Karen Reed. I know that the Idaho 4 trial is supposed to be starting in August. We'll see if that actually happens or not. And there's just so much going on, like speculation and stuff going on with that case right now that it's hard for me to even keep up. Um, because I am literally like glued to the whole Diddy trial, like as much as I possibly can be. So, basically what's happened is, I think day 19 or 20, something like that, we're on. And they have had Cassie, which was Diddy's ex, has came on and testified. And she, testified about their relationship and how, she was basically now let me start off by saying this. So a lot of the women that we've heard from, I say a lot of the women that we've heard from so far in this trial, um, they were basically approached by Diddy, um, as if he wanted to have, a relationship with them, like a romantic type relationship. Okay. So that's how it was he stepped to them, is that he was also, up front with like one of the women that it was an open relationship. So with other women, eh, I think it was kind of known in a sense, but nonetheless, it was what? There's a Craigslist ad to hire LA rioters. Lord Jesus, what are they getting paid? $20 an hour? Probably so. which if somebody reminds me about Candace Owens and the troll farms. Anyhow, um, so these women talk a lot about, how they thought that they were going to have this intimate relationship with him, and some of them were somewhat okay with that being an open relationship, meaning that if he wasn't necessarily with them and he was out with some other chick, don't ask, don't tell kind of thing. It's kind of how I took it. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start by playing a clip of one of the damn, maybe I need to go on out to LA. What? I could pay my house off in a couple of months making that kind of money. Damn it. Make sure you get that link for me, Classic Coat. I might need to check into that. Oh, shit. Look, they'd fire me. They'd be like, girl, you're out here talking about come and take it, Second Amendment stuff. Okay, so actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start with an old interview. I know, right, Kyrie? Elon spun out of control because those electric vehicle mandates were they're going bye-bye. And so he took like a 17% hit in his stocks, his Tesla stocks and stuff. Whenever that all started coming down, he was fucking spinning out. And he knows damn good and well that saying that shit about Trump. Okay, so everybody knows that at one point Trump was friendly with Epstein until the whole incident at Mar-a-Lago happened. Oh yes, Kyrie. I saw a video the other day. Number one, he came into the Oval Office with a black eye. Okay. So they were showing that day and how he was tweaking out. I mean, you could see it in his body movements, and when they zoomed in on his face, he was definitely tweaking out. And he's interviewed before about taking ketamine in the past. And he's good friends with Donald J. Trump Jr. And everybody knows that he was on the cocaine for a while. So it wouldn't surprise me one bit, But in my opinion, yes, I do think that he is on something. Absolutely. I also think that I think that he thought that he was going to get special treatment because he came in at the right time and supported Trump, and he's got all this money. But I don't believe that Elon is America first. I think Elon is Elon first. And I'm sorry, but when his son made the comment in an interview that his dad was going to take over the world, like, that's really eye-opening. He spends a lot of time around that young boy. So that young boy didn't just pull that out of his ass. And then that little boy told the president to shut up in the Oval Office. And his dad did not correct him. So and I'm sorry, he's got how many baby mamas? Like, there's some weird choices that man has made. Some very weird choices. And while I think that he's definitely, a highly intelligent person, I just don't put all my stock and faith into someone like that. I just can't do it. Yeah. Roy, I agree. And I've said, that I don't trust him. I think he opens the door for the Antichrist with his Neuralink bullshit and this whole, you know, pushing the AI and, you know, this whole Bitcoin and all of that stuff. Like I'm not with all that stuff. I am not with it. That's just me. People are free to feel and believe what they want to. I'm not going to argue. Kyrie, it does me as well. I mean, and I saw something the other day, and I was also talking to someone about it that um, there was I guess, a company or something that was using AI and had trained AI, and so something happened, and they basically wanted to like stop and block the usage of the AI, and the AI had become so well trained that it was able to um, seep out into other programs and things, and they couldn't get rid of it. And I don't know if I'm explaining that just right, but that was the gist of what I got. Yeah, see, Roy, I don't know a whole lot about it. I don't want to. I think that when we become so reliant on everything digital, it opens us up to be controlled. Because somebody, somewhere, controls all of those databases and those big old damn what are they called? Storage facilities where they house all the motherboards and supercomputers and all that shit. I'm not with all that. Like, and how are they going to take away pennies? That's the other thing. Like, what do you think is going to happen when they take away pennies? Wow, Roy. That's wild. I still don't trust it. Yeah, data center. Thank you, Robbie. But I mean, who's going to get the short end of the stick on the no more penny thing? What if I need them pennies? I'm just saying. Who's going to take that loss? Something comes out to, $1.36. Am I going to end up losing my 4 pennies? Is everybody else going to lose their 4 pennies too? And then who gets them 4 pennies? Yeah, Roddy, it's us. I mean, I'm one of them penny pinchers. But why should I have to get rid of anything? Cash is king. That's what we've been taught. But you're for getting rid of panties, but not pennies. I agree. I don't think anybody should ever have to wear panties. That's just me. Okay, so what I'm gonna do on the whole Diddy thing, getting back to the Diddy stuff. So I'm gonna play a couple of clips from his former head of security. And then after I do that, I'm going to play a little clip from one of the male escorts that he had hired. And then I'm going to show you guys who I watch and also give you some other good people that you can watch, because there's a lot of misinformation that's going on out there. And I see on YouTube every day this, Justin Bieber exposes what P. Diddy did to him in court. Not true. And a lot of this stuff are those AI videos that they take clips of old interviews and shit like that. And so they're trying to they're just trying to make money and get clicks and views is all it boils down to. So this is Roger Bonds, and he's Diddy's former head of security. This was on DJ Vlad's channel, which I think he's a fed, but that's just me. And we'll listen to a little bit of this, and then I'll do a little commentary on it.
It's kind of picked up in Germany, and then started to get a little bit of buzz. And by that next year, 2006, Cassie ends up signing a 10-album deal with Bad Boy.
Right.
Okay. So what they're talking about is they're starting to talk about the first time, Cassie comes on the scene, and she did. She signed a 10-album contract with Bad Boy, and I don't think she ever released 10 albums. She ended up being a sex toy instead. So carrying on.
10 albums. When you kind of say it out loud, it's kind of crazy.
That's phenomenal. That's crazy.
So Cassie signs a 10-album deal with Bad Boy. She releases her debut album. Me and You was the hit song on there. It debuted number 4 on Billboard.
Right.
And that was, although Cassie had some other songs here and there, that was her big hit song. At this time, Diddy and Cassie weren't dating yet.
Right.
But Cassie was an artist on his label, along with a bunch of other artists. So then that next year in 2007, Kim Porter was pregnant with Diddy's twin daughters.
Now, you heard what he said, right? She was signed to Bad Boy Records. Cassie was. Cassie and Diddy were dating. But Kim Porter, who was married to Diddy, was pregnant with the twins. I believe that, Nick.
And then Diddy had a daughter with Sarah Chapman.
Yes.
Who was actually Tupac's ex.
Right.
Okay. So now you see it gets real intertwined because it's just kind of like communities on YouTube. When you deal in special circles, there's often a lot of intertwining. So, and now keep in mind that this actual interview came out 11 months ago. So, May the 24th of last year. It's been 12 months now, I guess.
The Tupac and Diddy connection is really runs so deep. It's a little crazy. Mm-hmm. And I guess once Kim found out about the other kid, she broke up with Diddy officially.
Yeah, Kim was upset because Sarah Chapman was also one of her best friends.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So Sarah Chapman was also one of her best friends also. So she was really upset about that.
Okay, now, y'all got to pay attention. He's talking about one of Cassie's really, really good friends. And this is important because you've got these people, these victims that are testifying under pseudonyms. And people are going, well, how are they finding out who these people are? And this is part of the reason why I'm showing you guys this clip is because it's really easy when you go back and you look at the actual interviews that have been given by people that worked for Diddy, that worked with Diddy, that were around Diddy. And just like right here, he's laying out who Cassie's good friend was at this time. And then when you go and you listen to, because there's no recording in the courtroom for the Diddy trial. They can take notes and they can post to their social medias and things like that, but they can't take pictures. They can't record or anything like that. So as and I'll show you in a minute what I mean by, like, there's one person that I follow on Twitter, and actually I can just show you here. Um so it's Inner City Press on Twitter, and it's Matthew Russell Lee is the guy that's covering it. He also has a YouTube channel, and so he'll go live a couple of times throughout the day and kind of give a synopsis about what's happening when they like when they take breaks and stuff like that. But the way that he does this is pretty cool. So like hang on just a second, let me see if I can blow this up a bit. Oops, my bad. So the way that he does it is he'll start, and so this is attorney for United States of America, Comey. And this is Comey that was like, what's his name? Oh, he was just in a governmental position. Anyway, it's his daughter. Okay, so she's the prosecuting attorney for the United States. Okay. And so Comey, this is now the person that is being questioned on the stand for today, and I think was 2 days last week or 3 days last week, something like that. And then the prosecution ended with her today, and then she'll be back on the stand tomorrow for cross-examination. Is I believe is victim number 2. She may actually be 3. Anyways, I can tell you in my personal opinion, based on what I have seen, I don't know this to be 100% true. Take it with a grain of salt. It is my opinion that this person is 50 Cent's ex-wife or his baby mama. That I'm fixing to read this from today. I think we're in week 3, Mountain Girl. So I think today is like either 20 or 21, maybe 19, something like that. So it's right around 3 weeks. And I think they said that they're expecting it to go 6 weeks or something like that. So probably about halfway through, maybe. I don't know. There's the defense is really trying to draw some things out, and yeah, Danielle, and he also, I think that he's the one that leaked the voicemail, because they talk about a voicemail that Diddy had left for her. And that voicemail is out there. You can hear it plain as day. And I really think that who released it was him. And she had one child. He was paying her rent. So basically, the victim that's on the stand now has already testified to the fact that they got together. She felt head over heels in love with him. Thought she was getting into a relationship with him. Knew that, she probably wasn't the only person that he was seeing, but she was pretty enamored with him. And after they had been in a relationship together, or they had been together for a little bit, they split up for a little while, and they get back together, and they make this love contract. This love contract is that he basically is going to pay her $10,000 a month for 2 years, and she has to be available to him whenever he wants, basically. So, um, he and you'll see through some of this that I'm going to read that uh, he makes her promises and he leads her to believe certain things, like there, because she did not want to do the what she calls hotel nights, or what people are calling freak offs, because for some of his gals they were freak offs, for others it was hotel nights. Hotel nights is when they had um like a male escort come in and join in, and then they had movie nights where it would be just her and Diddy, and they would rewatch some of their own porn that they had made previous. But what he was doing is he was he was telling these girls basically that he wanted to be with them or whatever. He acted just like a pimp, and he drawed them in, got them on drugs, and started getting them to perform with these um, escorts, these male escorts. And he got them involved in selecting the escort, paying the escort, um, arranging travel for the escort. Um, but she also testifies that, and I'll get to this part in a minute, that one of his business associates, one of the people that worked for him, would make the transfers or get the money. Or good night, Cluckers. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out with us. And so they would, of course, it was being paid from his different businesses. So, which is part of how they're proving the RICO charges. So, the prosecutor says, "Did you take the drugs?" And Jane says, "Yes. Right around this time, Diddy told me, take this effing pill. You're not going to ruin my effing night. Go out there and suck his." And she says, "I didn't want to." The prosecutor says, "What did he say?" Jane says, "He said, 'Is this coercion?'" That right there, he couldn't have screwed himself. I know, Danny. I know. Um, and I absolutely agree with that. But I really think that it's opening the door for so much more to happen, because, and I'll tell you why I think that. Somebody was brought up during Jane's testimony, and the name was Robin Greenhill. And I will hang on. Let me pull this over here real quick. Bear with me 1 second. Okay. So this is my chat GPT. Sorry. So Robin Greenhill, I put in, has been an accountant for what famous or rich people? Sean Diddy Combs. She was the accountant overseeing payments tied to love contracts and other sensitive expenditures. Okay. So he's colluding with other people, and Robin was very much aware of what these payments were going towards, and never reported it. Nothing, went along with it, and used company funds to do this stuff. The other time that she comes up is Britney Spears. Robin was part of TriStar Sports and Entertainment Group, which was Britney Spears' business management team during her conservatorship. Greenhill was specifically identified as the accountant responsible for handling and wiring her funds. And so one of the people that I watch, she actually is in a legal battle now for uncovering and speaking the truth about some of the stuff that was going on with like Britney's conservatorship and Bam Margera and um, all of that kind of stuff. So, yeah, Danielle, I think the part that's illegal though is the coercion. If you don't do this, even though they're saying I don't want to do this, and he's saying he's coercing them. He's saying, but if you don't do this, then I'm going to do this or I'm not going to do that. And that's where there's, there's an issue. And then also the drugs, keeping them drugged up, and then, going, taking them across state lines and things like that. And so even though that they were consenting, he sets these up as scenes. He calls it work. And so it becomes that whole, business of sex work. Yeah, he was pretty good. He was smart for sure. And I think that's how he got away with it for so long. Yes, Roddy. And well, yeah, he beat her. And then this witness that's been on the stand, like he went to her house. He kicked in 4 doors. They showed pictures of that damage. He was basically telling her because he pays for the house, it's his house too. And was she gonna let him in their house? And so he goes over there and he's like, starting to jump on her and stuff. So she takes off running. He goes after her. She's hiding outside. He finds her outside, grabs her by the hair and the arm and picks her up, takes her inside, beats her ass. And that's when he tells her after he beats her ass that she needed to go take a shower and put on an outfit because she had work to do. So there was no leaving. He basically at that point, held her against her will. And then, like with Capricorn Clark, I think that's the one that he kidnapped basically to go with him to blow up or to break into Kid Cudi's place and blow up his car. Yeah, that's interesting point, Danny. That is a very interesting point. That and he didn't sell them to others that we know of yet. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. Um, so if you come down here and look, y'all, this was so crazy. Other TriStar clients through the firm, but not necessarily by name in relation to Robin. I tripped out. Mary J. Blige was another one. Because Mary J. Blige and Diddy have been tight for hell a long time. Hell a long time. Steven Tyler, he's so gross. But yeah, I mean, it brings up her. And so, like, she knew so she could be a co-conspirator. They've already said that KK is going to be a co-conspirator. And I would love to hear her testimony if she would tell the truth. Because, KK is the one that knows. I'm sure she knows everything. Everything. And so, anyway, so there's her. And oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. But anyways, back to Home Skillet that's on the stand right now. And I'm not going to read all of it. I'm just going to go through a little bit of it. Because y'all can go over to Twitter and look at Inner City Press yourself and read it. I don't feel like that I have to be teacher extraordinaire or anything like that. But yeah, so Jane says, that Diddy says to her, "Is this coercion?" And then Inner City Press says, "What happened to the pill?" And Jane says, "I consumed it. I performed oral on Anton. I felt sick. I was like, even in my own body, I felt disgusted. I felt terrible. How did it end? When Anton finished, I excused him, tried to put on a good face." He says, or he, and then it says, Sean called me a whore. After he left, he sent security with money to me for Anton, 10 or 12,000 in cash for Anton, and the other 4 damaged doors. And the prosecutor says, "What did you do with part of the money?" Jane says, "I Ubered $3,000 or $4,000 to Anton." They were using, oh, hang on, Mountain Girl. No, this wasn't Punisher. Hang on, we're going to get to Punisher. Yes, I'm going to play a video of Punisher. Yeah, Danielle, I just don't know I really don't know if that book was legit, because the guy that put that book out, there's been I mean, he had to go testify before the grand jury, but he disappeared. That fucker disappeared, and they pulled the book. And I'll Be Sure says that the book is not legitimate. But who knows? Who really knows? Because I don't. I just know I've been hearing about this shit for so long. For so long. And then this girl is crazy. He said, "When did you see Sean next?" A few days later. "Why? I missed him." Are you kidding me? I'm like, girl. She says, "We were trying to have a Sunday fun day, but it was like tense." Prosecutor said, "Did you and Diddy talk with Jonathan?" Jane said, "Sean FaceTimed Jonathan, asking him what he saw that night. For a moment, Jonathan saw me in the corner crying." Jane, I shot a video of Sean and me out in the yard. Prosecutor, "Did you inadvertently film your injuries?" Jane says, "Yes, my welts." The prosecutor says, "Then when you learned that Sean went to Wyoming?" Jane said, "I was outraged. He was with another woman." Prosecutor says, "Did you block him?" She said, "Yes." "How long?" 2 or 3 weeks. Then I saw his mother had been hospitalized. I wanted to put what happened between us to the side. He said, this was just too far for me. I saw you had me in a box. Do you see the name of the rapper? She said, yes. I flew on a red eye to meet Sean. And what did you two do? We had a really nice time. Sean said, you could tell me when you're tired. What did you say? Let's stop for now and just see each other later. His demeanor changed. Jane said, he said, a man spends all his money on you and you say you're tired? He threw water on me. He called me a bitch. He gave me an X pill. And the prosecutor says, what happened? Jane said, Sean was celebratory. He said, let's go. Did Paul come to Miami? Yes. Did Paul come to Two Star? Yes. I was given a spray bottle, liquid Molly, into my mouth. I felt a surge of high octane sexual energy. Paul comes in. I greet Paul with that energy. Did you have sex with Paul in front of Sean? Yes. When was the last time you saw Sean in person? August of 2024 at Two Star. Did you have sex with Dawn in front of Sean at Two Star? Yes. One last text message, the last one I'll ask you to look at. Did you go to New York to see him? No. Why not? He was arrested. The prosecutor asked her, did you get a subpoena? She says, yes. I had to come in November 2024, then January 2025, and after. Prosecutor says, did you see a therapist? She says, yes, 3 months now. He says, do you have an attorney for this case? She said, yes. He says, who is paying? Diddy. I'm still processing. Nothing further. And then court was adjourned. So Diddy is still paying her rent and is paying for her attorney. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens on cross-examination. That's for sure. Okay, so y'all can go out there to Inner City Press and watch him if you want to read more of that. He's really good, and I love how he types it all out and stuff like that. There are some typos from time to time, but he's still the best by far that I've seen. Okay, so this guy right here is the Punisher. He's one of the male escorts. And so I think this is where he talks about maybe their first encounter.
And the door opens and it's Janet. And
Janet is actually Cassie. This is the first time that he meets them. And he goes on to say she's got on a wig. And so
he's basically in a robe, but it's completely obvious that she's nude underneath. And she kind of just opens the door with this big inviting smile. Hey, how you doing? And I'm like, because listen, man, we live in a time with filters and every woman can make themselves look attractive and beautiful with social media and stuff like that. But when you see a woman like Miss Ventura, and she looks flawless, man. It's like.
Now, right before this part, are you talking about like Stockholm syndrome, Roddy? Where like the abuser begins to like side with the abused, begins to side and almost idolizes the abuser. So Allie's not missing, and I don't think that Allie is. I don't know that she's legitimate. Me personally, that's just my thought. I don't know for sure, but I don't get the feeling that she's legit. But she could be. She very well could be. I just don't think that that's who's going to be, who's not making themselves available. I don't think that's who it is. But okay, so before he goes into all of this, most of the first part of this interview is about his background and how he started out as a male dancer, just kind of as a joke thing with a friend that was doing it for a party. And then he started getting, advertisement through Megan Wants a Millionaire. Really? I didn't know that, Danny. I didn't even know she did a show called Megan Wants a Millionaire. That's funny. But anyway, so he's been, a sex worker for like 30 plus years. Okay. So anyway, back to his interview.
It's a wow factor, so opening the door to that stunning of a woman was like, what is this? And like, she's naked, right? So you can tell she's naked. So she's like, come on in. And I'm heading on in,
Okay. So you come in the room and there's someone else in the room.
No.
At that point, no.
No.
Just her.
So it's a suite, right? So she brings me in and she takes me straight to the living room. And the living room is darkly lit, it's dim. And then what was weird about it is every piece of furniture was covered in sheets. So I look around, I have like a little mini freak out because I think I just watched this movie called American Psycho. And when he used to bring people in his house to kill him, he used to cover all his furniture. So I'm like, yo, what's about to happen? But whatever, I regained my composure and we stopped in front of a bathroom and so I immediately asked, I still think I'm gonna dance, right? So I say, do you want me to change here? So she immediately explains, look, I don't want you to dance. Actually, while you're here is me and my husband, we like to create a sexy scene. So she starts explaining to me that she wants me to change into underwear or a towel. And then she points to two of the couches and she said, we're going to sit on those couches. You're going to sit here. I'm going to be here. And we're going to put baby on and create like a sexy environment. And at some point, my husband's going to come out and watch.
Okay. So he actually, yes, it is Danny. He actually went into this like he was contacted by her. And she basically said, hey, I'd like to book you for a really small get together, and ask about the rate. And he was like, at that point, a couple of lap dances or whatever was like going rate was like $200. So he accepts the gig and he goes to this hotel. He goes and she presents herself as Janet. She opens the door. She's got a wig on. So he sees her, sees that she's beautiful, but it never clicked who she was. So he doesn't know who this woman is other than Janet. When she brings him into the suite, it's dimly lit, it's dark. And it was one of the things that if you listen to the different testimonies, that when they were having these freak offs, they would come in and prepare the rooms and stuff ahead of time. And he always liked a certain, candle that was white. They put sheets on everything because of the amounts of baby oil. There would be candle wax everywhere. It got really raunchy and dirty. So, and I mean, there were places that, they had to put the rooms out of commission for a couple of days to clean them up, and I mean, he was paying like $5,000 and shit and extra charges for room cleanings and stuff. It was crazy. Crazy.
Okay. So how much baby oil was around at this point?
So the baby oil, ironically, by the couches, there were like bowls, and the bowls were filled with warm water, and there were just big bottles of baby oil just placed in the bowl. So
okay.
I want to say it was 2 to 3 bottles of baby oil, but the big ones, the thirst busters.
Okay. All right. So
you can tell that there's times during the interview he really wants to bust out laughing, but he's got to rein it back in because he doesn't want to come across as being like filthy nasty or whatever, and people get a bad taste in their mouth because he's laughing at certain shit. I noticed that throughout a couple of different interviews of his that I've watched. And I mean, God, could you imagine being this guy? And I mean, because he admits that, like, and you hear testimony of sometimes he's not able to perform and whatnot. And apparently after all this was said and done, like he's had some issues, some sexual trauma related issues after the fact. It's pretty crazy.
Start putting the baby oil on at this point?
Yeah, so I go in the bathroom, change to the towel. I come out, she's in the robe, so she takes her robe off. I'm in my towel, and we're both first individually oiling each other. And then it leaves, I'm oiling myself, she's oiling herself, then we start oiling each other. And then there's some sort of like, masturbation, like I'm masturbating, she's masturbating, we're creating this sexual environment. And at some point, shortly after that started, her husband walked into the room.
Okay.
Now, mind you, Cassie, Yeah, searching for freezer meat. Like, I definitely want to get this book. I ain't even gonna lie, just because I'm curious. Um, like how that all came to be. In search of freezer meat. Yeah. He where did it go? It's no longer rock hard.
Now, this husband that walks in the room was a black male
Black male.
who was only wearing a veil on his face.
Yes. So he walks into the room. Now, one part that I left out is part of the instructions initially was in creating these scenes. When her husband came in, we were not supposed to acknowledge him at all. I was supposed to act like he's not there. Don't look at him. Don't talk to him. Try my best to just make believe he's not in the room. So even when he walks in, I have to look at him from my peripherals, but I'm gonna look, right? Because I never been in a situation. It's kind of odd.
Could you imagine being in there with a woman and then somebody walk in the room that's butt ass naked with the exception of a burqa on? Danny, I agree. I agree. It's very fascinating. And how, like, I just don't understand how these women kept going back for more and more and more of this bullshit. Like, I get it, but I don't get it. I'm sorry, but I don't want money. I don't want fame, and I wouldn't want a man bad enough to do this to myself. Like, I mean, with Kathy, I mean, she was talking about, having her mouth urinated in, and then with the one that's on the stand now, one of the things that they talked about today is when she had finally had enough and put her foot down and was like, I'm done with this. I don't want to be with these other men. I want to be with you. And you had me out here sleeping with all these men and not using protection, putting my life in danger. And now I have, health stuff going on. And, all of the women talk about how they were getting reoccurring UTIs and yeast infections. And we already know from previous reports that allegedly Diddy gave Usher herpes way back when. And it's even been said that, he's allegedly HIV positive. Is that true? I don't know. But I mean, if you're sleeping with these gals and they're sleeping with all these other people and they get sores in their mouth and all of this stuff, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm just like, whoo, y'all, that's tough. I mean, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. Mm-mm. Nope, 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 nope.
So he does walk in nude. I can kind of see, but then when it gets to his neckline, it's like I think they call a burqa, like the Muslim women wear it, and you can only see the eyes.
Okay. So you got this naked guy in the room with you. You don't know who it is, though.
I have no idea.
He's not talking or anything else like that at this point?
Not at this point. He just comes in. I notice in his hands a purple top. So I use Astroglide so I can kind of make out he had Astroglide. And across the room, there was like a table with a chair. So he kind of sat at the table in the chair, and he sat there, and he would get up and kind of walk side to side and pace side to side, which you could tell he was trying to get better visual angles.
Okay.
Because his ass was over there recording that shit. Catfish, there ain't enough love in the world. There ain't enough love in the world. No, Roddy, I think that so when Cassie testified, I want to say that she was the one that said that I think she was 19 when they met and when she signed the record deal with him. Prior to meeting him, I think she said that she had smoked weed like once before or something like that. And then almost immediately, like, he starts giving her ecstasy. And so, I mean, basically, anytime that they did the freak offs, they were on drugs. And so I think that that probably fueled a lot of that. Because I definitely don't think it was love. I think it was addiction and maybe the love of the lifestyle that they were able to live. Um, I'm pretty sure in there that she did say that that she didn't want to be with the male entertainers and things like that. So and then there was some other stuff too towards the end about, you know, I don't remember now when she, like when they were ending it. Um, God, that was like so last, like week before last. But I also know that he basically extorted her mother for 20 grand. He ended up paying it back, but he told her that he was going to release one of the sex tapes if they didn't pay him 20 grand. So she wired him the 20 grand. Yeah, Danielle, I agree. And um not only did Cassie leave him and have to walk away from, I mean, because I think at that point it was obvious she wasn't going to end up cutting any more records or anything like that. But basically he did to these women exactly what pimps do. Yeah, that's what I said, Wildflower. He told her mom to wire the 20 grand. Mm-hmm. So I think that, and then he got with her good friend, which goes back to the interview that I was playing of Roger Bonds earlier that said that Sarah Chapman was her good friend back in 2006, 2007, or whatever. So it makes me wonder, is that, because if I'm not mistaken, Sarah is the white girl that was his assistant for so long. Oh, cool. Oh, no, I didn't know that, Danielle. I have to look at that. I haven't really been watching a whole lot of Law and Crime. Sometimes they just, I don't know, they talk, that one guy talks too much for me. And I'm just like, can we just get on with it? I don't really care what you're talking about. I want to hear what's being said. So I've been watching The Surprise Witness, BJ Investigates. That's and then she's worked, or she's done a little bit with Down the Rabbit Hole. And I know that she the inner city media guy, I think that she's cool with him. And there was somebody else the other day that she was talking about collaborating with, and I don't remember now who it was. Lord. Oh, cool. I'll have to do that. Yeah, Catfish. I like her too. Yeah. I feel like I get like closer to the truth. Yes, make it make sense. That's who it was, Mims. Yep. And I really like him too. I don't always agree with him, but I really like Mims. I love his voice. He's really good at what he does. So, and he's cute to look at too. That helps.
Okay. What happens next?
With the visual angles, he would start giving very subtle directions. Like, but it was just more or less on viewing. Like, the room was candlelit, so he would at times get her attention and tell her, "Hey, move the candle to the left, move the candle to the right, turn your body this way." And he never spoke directly to me, but it could be instructions for me to turn my body, for me to get in different positions. And so this went on about 20, 25 minutes. Eventually, he just got up and left the room. That was kind of like a cue for her to follow him. She left the room, and then she just came back and was like, "That was great. It was perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Like, we're good." But then she asked me, "Do I want to finish?" You know? And so me finishing is referring to me having an orgasm. But honestly, man, with the environment and stuff, I'm kind of uncomfortable. So I declined. Like, I went the high road. Like, professionally, like, look, if you guys are happy, I'm happy. It's not about my needs. As long as everything is good, cool. And she accepted that. And I stood up and she handed me $1,200. And that was in addition. I didn't mention when I first got there, prior to changing, the first thing she did was handed me $800. And after everything was over, it was an additional 12. So I ended up with $2,000 for like a 20-minute baby oil massage. So it was a win for me.
Okay. And so you guys didn't have sex, but you rubbed baby oil on her naked body and everything else like that. So there was definitely sexual activity, but not full-blown
Not
intercourse.
full-blown sex, no.
Okay. So you got $2,000 and you didn't recognize Cassie at all, did you?
I did not, man.
At that point, yeah.
I saw a face, but I couldn't completely make it out. Like, so she had on a wig, right? So she's wearing a wig. So later after the fact, I didn't have the cue of the shape.
So that's where he goes into saying that, you know, that he didn't really know who she was at first. And then Tisa Tells over here, she just oh yeah, I like Pam too. I listen to her a little bit, but sometimes I think what I like about BJ is she's more my speed. Like, she's quick. Like, sometimes people get too long and drawn out and they talk too slow, and I lose my attention span. So, oh Lord have mercy, Pounder or Crazy. You are a hot mess. So you was out there doing a piggy the other day? Does it sound like, let me see. Is that what it sounded like? Ta ha 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 ha. And then, you know, like with Gene Deal, I wonder, he gets really defensive sometimes when he, you know, when people start to question how, you know, how come he didn't. I heard about her. Oh, Danielle, I'll have to check that out then. Because yeah, I mean, she's doing the Twitter thing with the inner city, but you know, he can't get every detail like those transcripts. So I'll definitely have to find someone with the transcripts. Because, you know, I've been following this stuff for so long, it's not even funny. But I mean, they talk about other co-conspirators. I know that there were like with Cassie. I think that like with Cassie and with probably the one that's on the stand now, and maybe Capricorn Clark, I think that they probably any of those that testify for the prosecution, if they took part in some of the crimes, I guarantee you they were given immunity or they signed a proffer agreement. So as long as they tell the truth on the stand, then they get, they won't get in trouble for their part in it. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't, that they, if they were to come out and admit that they lied, or, something like that later on down the road, or they perjured themselves, then they can be in some hot water. But, and then the other thing that BJ was talking about today is, so apparently this TriStar came up again in relation to the CEO of Rock Nation's daughter, that's exposing this. I think her name is Dina Perez. Her daughter was on Jaguar Rights this evening. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. Ooh, I will have to check that out. Is that the one that where he was saying I just don't have time, baby girl, or something like that? Oh yeah, for real, Danielle. I mean, she's on it because she keeps saying that. She was like, I know people hate when I say it, but Britney's conservatorship and Bam Margera's, it's all going to end up tying in together some kind of way. And I agree with that. Oh, interesting. Well, I definitely have to listen to that for sure. And then I was watching something else. Um, I don't remember if it was somebody that was, who was it? Um, it was somebody that was given an interview about, or maybe it was in some of the, I don't remember. Anyways, allegedly, um, Diddy's mama sat on his face in front of somebody else. So, and it's been alleged that she's been, back when he was a child, before he was born, and when he was a child, she was a sex worker. Yeah, Danielle. Mm-hmm. Yep. And see, there's been talk about that stuff because she's in on all the parties. She be getting tore up from the floor up too. Um, his dad was murdered when he was young, and supposedly the dad was some, quote unquote gangster, but was basically pimping her out to people. Um and yeah, and so he was raised up around that kind of life. And so as he got, a little older, I guess that's what he decided to do in turn. Yep. And if you notice, even his twins, the twin girls, are wearing white nails. Is that not crazy? Oh, yeah, Wildflower. I agree. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. The funny thing is, nothing has come out really about him, doing anything with men at this point. And it makes me wonder why. Because look, we all know. I wonder, let me see if I can give me just a second. Let me see if I can find one of these here interviews. Let's see. Um, uh, 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 okay. Here we go. This is a good one. Okay. So when you see stuff like this, it'd be cray cray. Here we go. So this was on Drink Champs. Now, keep in mind, this was 7 years ago. Okay. And it was with Nori, Fabulous, Jada Kiss, and I'm not sure who else was in the background on this one, but listen to this mess.
Yeah, I love this drink. Where you put my bag? I like when you like this, Daddy. Yeah, where you put my bag? Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit. No.
Daddy, I like it when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
I like that. You know, I'll be practicing. I got
Yeah, he did just call him Daddy.
Yeah, Mr. Lee. Yeah, I love this drink. Where you put my bag? I like when you like this, Daddy. Yeah, where you put my bag? Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping. When you scrambling and scraping for shit. No. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna go over with that one. Make a wish. That one. Just blow it out. It's your birthday every day. Every day's your birthday on Drink Champs. God damn it. I'm in.
Where I look back on.
Okay, so if you watch the whole interview, it gets really crazy, and I wonder if he's going to show it on here, the way that he talks to the Fabulous. Just a second, this shit tripped me out. I was like,
did you miss me though? For real? Because I'm saying it seems like a thing.
I miss
his birthday party,
Puff, man.
Man, but I'm talking about for your birthday. Huh? Why won't you party with me for your birthday, man?
We partied for my birthday before. You came to my party.
No, but me and you ain't never really party. You know what I'm saying? Eyes.
He want to have one of them freak off parties. That's what he really want. Yeah, we may have party, but I know, Wildflower. I'm telling you. I know, Danny. When I heard that, I was like, "What? He want to be called Pop Pop? What the fuck?" Because that's what she calls her grandpa. Shit is weird. Yeah.
Eyes, brother. Eyes. I understand. You know what I'm saying? Yo, okay. So check this out. It's me, Tyrese, Ray J, and F. Gary Gray. You know, I'm a.
Okay. Excuse me. What the hell happened to Tyrese? Where did Tyrese go? Yo, Tyrese used to be fine. Tyrese used to be so fine, but he disappeared. I don't even know where he went. Is he still alive? Shit, I don't even know.
What type of nigga? I like variety, man. I like people that's unpredictable. You know what I'm saying? I like different personalities. So I was like, I never knew they would become what they are today. But you know what I'm saying? They're like, you know, that sounded like the type of night I want to have in Vegas. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. So
he was on that Molly, some ketamine, the pink Tussie. Pounder crazy, right? He does. He wants to get all up in the chocolate factory. I guess, never mind. I ain't even gonna say it.
So Tyrese kept on talking.
This is a Floyd fight, right?
Yeah. And Tyrese keep on talking about like how you got to get back for church. And we just like, yo, the night ain't start. You got to get back for church. We in motherfucking Vegas, nigga. Like, you can go to church next week. You know what I'm saying? Sending your thing. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing, but we in Vegas. Don't be bringing God into this situation. Don't bring God into this situation. You know what I'm saying? F. Gary Gray is like, nigga, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Then you got Ray J. So Ray J is like just really like feeling like Ray J right now. You know what I'm saying?
I tell you what, and then you know they say Ray J, he spun out last week when he was brought up. Number one, drug trafficking. Number two, they say that Ray J allegedly is the one that brought Whitney Houston her little the day that she died.
Hey, yo.
walked in.
Don't do that.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I said let me pick it
We
up.
was talking
I wanna
That's
see
why I
that.
said I gotta pick it up from right there. This why I gotta pick it up from right there.
Look at this nigga. This is
Fab
very
did groove.
nigga.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, Groove.
Kid killing him. Look.
Come tell the story. Groove, we intoxicated.
Listen.
Look, it's so funny how you seen all them brothers that was standing up against the wall in the back over there. They wasn't trying to come out and get around that table. They wasn't trying to get close to his ass. Why? Because they didn't want their booty hole poked.
Groove, you helped me build that beautiful, nice guy, Rastafari brand of yours, huh? I
come
see you,
in,
man.
I'm walking.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday. It's fabulous. The only nigga that got the name that I want. It ain't gay. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
Let's take a shot for that, boy.
Crazy, y'all. I mean, they got all kind of stuff out. And like some of these, like I said, you just gotta have to. Now, I will tell you that that there is, he does have a revolt channel. He's got for real, Pounder. He's also got a Diddy channel. And you can go back and there's clips of his all white parties and all kinds of his 50th birthday, his 40th birthday. There's all kinds of different, and just seeing oh yeah, I know, Pounder. I can't wait. I hope he goes down. I really do. And I think that in my opinion, he's done the same thing to B that Diddy has done to all these women. But I heard that she's like I heard she's more into women. That's what I heard. It's a rumor. I haven't seen proof of that, but it's what I've heard. Oh, y'all, did y'all hear about this shit? About the YouTuber that got unalived on a live stream in Vegas? No, you don't be smacking no hoes. We don't talk like that up in here. Smack your ass. Pound your ass in the face with the frying pan. Yeah, it is hoe interesting for real, because there seems to be a lot of hoes around him. But yeah, I mean, there's so many videos out there that you can go out and have a good time watching. If you know, I say a good time, it'll make you sit there and scratch your head and go, what is wrong in the world today? You know, and it's disgusting. It is very disgusting. So tired of these people. Hang on a second. Okay. This JD Delay, I don't know if any of y'all watch him. Let's see what he says. I know they don't need all that money. Because they don't know how to act. He just thought there weren't ever going to be consequences, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really sure what he was thinking, honestly. Let's see. He said the Diddy list. Let's see what he has to say.
Other celebrities that have been named in the Diddy case.
The actor Cuba Gooding Jr., who's been
That one right there. Oh my gosh, y'all. That broke my heart. Oh, Pounder Crazy. I kind of remember something about that. And I thought it was it Afro Man or was it Akon? For some reason, I thought it was Akon, but I could be wrong. But yeah, I used to think Cuba Gooding Jr. was so hot. And then when I found out all this mess, y'all, it just totally just broke my heart.
Been accused of assaulting the producer, Little Rod, while on a yacht, which was rented by Diddy. There's Jay-Z, who allegedly assaulted an unnamed accuser with Diddy when she was just 13 years old.
That's allegedly. But we'll see if any of that comes out or if they're going to use just enough to get him convicted and kind of keep all of the rest of this other stuff under the table. Because from my understanding, there were people like allegedly Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, Paris Hilton was one of the first people that was like an influencer that was involved with Diddy and at his all white parties. And what was the other girl that did it? Was what was her name? Wasn't Lionel Richie her dad? Nicole Richie. Ooh, I'm gonna have to look something up on that. Nuh-uh. No, I haven't seen that. I'll have to look it up. Okay, so here we go. Back to the list.
Also someone named Celebrity B who witnessed the alleged assault by Diddy and Jay-Z. The rumor mill has been turning about who the celebrity could be, and until they're named, all we know is that they are a female.
Ooh, yeah. See, if it was, I think that would have either been Mary J. or that would have been Bay. One or the other two. One of the two. Probably Bay.
Profile celebrity. There's Sir Lucian Grange, who runs Universal Music Group. He was initially named in Little Rod's complaint for funding a lot of Diddy's parties, but that part of the suit has been dismissed. Also implicated are the R&B singer Aaron Hall.
Oh man, I've heard some stuff out of his mouth that will put a lot of this Diddy stuff to shame, y'all. That Aaron Hall, he was nasty. He was really nasty. And golly, back in the day, I used to love his music, but my.
Meek Mill, Usher, and Diddy's son, Justin Dior Combs. Plus the producer behind TLC's song No Scrubs, Stevie J. And then you've got Jimmy Iovine. He's the co-founder behind Interscope Records. He apparently witnessed Diddy punching his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in the stomach.
Don't worry though, y'all. There's a lot more to come.
Oh yeah, definitely. Ashton Kutcher is another one. Uh-oh. Let me get back over here. And let me tell you, somebody else I love listening to, y'all, is that damn Candace Owens. Who's Nugget? I don't know who Nugget is. Well, Pounder, I think that if his thing was as small as what they say, he probably just enjoyed pleasuring himself, because hell, he probably wasn't able to get it very far if it was the size of a Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll. Tootsie Roll. What did I miss, Snooks? Who's Nugget? Is it in relation to Diddy? I'm going to have to check out the Nugget stuff. Let's see here. Oh, here is okay. So this is the guy that I was telling y'all that I follow on Twitter, and he has what? Where'd you hear about this nugget? Let me check this out, Snooks. Mm-mm-mm. What is this? Let me see. Okay, so that was taken down. Um, uh, You'll make me have to go back in and find this. It says, I just don't know. USA Today News. Let's check it out. I'm looking. Hey, Tainted. I agree, Danny. I agree. So this says it's from USA Today, but let's see. It says, here, let me pull this up here. Oops. I hate when I do that. Okay. Shock in the courtroom. Diddy's secret nugget steps forward with bombshell testimony on day 14 of explosive trial. What he revealed has everyone speechless. Now, this said this is posted. Oh, okay, 6/2 of 2025. Okay, I got it. In a trial already filled with jaw-dropping twists, day 14 of the Sean Diddy Combs case delivered what may be the most shocking moment yet. The courtroom was left stunned in silence as an unexpected witness, known only as Diddy's Nugget, took the stand. The testimony that followed not only captivated the audience, but also raised disturbing questions about the power, secrecy, and abuse behind closed doors. As the judge called the next witness, confusion swept through the courtroom. The name was unfamiliar to most, Diddy's Nugget. Moments later, a small figure was wheeled forward, seated on a custom cushion. The witness had no arms or legs and wore a simple black suit, presenting a striking image that immediately commanded attention. For years, rumors of Diddy's Nugget had circulated in industry circles, but their existence had never been confirmed until now. Using a voice assistant device, Nugget began to speak. The courtroom leaned in, hanging on to every word. His tone was steady, his words devastating. He used me, Nugget stated, not just physically, spiritually. I was his secret, his experiment. He called me his lucky charm, but I was a prisoner in that mansion. What followed was a chilling account of years spent trapped inside Diddy's private estate. Nugget described being forced to perform, to entertain guests in grotesque ways, and to remain hidden from the public eye. According to Nugget, Diddy referred to him as his silent witness, someone whose story would never be believed if he ever spoke out. Nugget's testimony painted a disturbing picture of life behind the gates of Diddy's estate. He recounted bizarre bath rituals, underground chambers, and late-night gatherings involving celebrities wearing masks. The most shocking revelation came when Nugget described being kept in a velvet box during parties, displayed like a trophy for selected guests. He kept me in a velvet box during parties, Nugget said, like a trophy, and no one dared ask why. The witness spoke of losing his identity, of crying without being heard, and of waiting years for an opportunity to tell his story. His words brought some spectators to tears. I may be small, but I remember everything, he declared, his voice echoing through the silent courtroom. The impact of Nugget's testimony was immediate. Spectators were visibly shaken, with some openly weeping at the harrowing account. Legal analysis noted that the testimony could play a pivotal role in the trial, providing a first-hand account of the alleged abuse and manipulation that had previously been dismissed as a rumor. On social media, the hashtag Diddy's Nugget began trending within minutes, with users expressing shock, sympathy, and outrage. Many called for a deeper investigation into allegations, while others questioned how such abuse could remain hidden for so long. Nugget's testimony raises important questions about celebrity power. How many others have suffered in silence, dismissed as rumors, and ignored by those in power? That's interesting. I'm going to have to see if I can go back in the transcripts. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Danny. I've never heard any of that. So, through any of the transcripts or anything. So, I would be definitely, I will definitely be checking into that though to see, like, I'll go back and see if there's any, because that's just like, yeah, see, even in where I got this, because it was a link that was posted on Facebook. The video that was on Twitter is gone. And people are saying, it's AI, it's fake, yada, 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 which I'm more apt to believe that it is fake, because I think that there would have been a whole lot more said online about it, but yeah, I don't know about that one, y'all. I should know. I'll tell you what, though, this mofo was sick. That's for sure. And I mean, like, I don't even know, how does a person even, well, I guess because he wasn't the one, that was like always having sex, he was just watching and filming. If Diddy stapled a minor clump of shy in his closet, it would have been, yeah, you're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. But this guy right here is the one that that I've been paying attention to, that I showed his Twitter earlier. He's also on the YouTubes, and at Inner City Press, Inner City being one word, and then press. And I will grab that link and come drop it in the chat. If y'all want to check him out, where y'all can get the full Monty from him. I hope that worked. Yeah, there's been a lot of disinformation surrounding all this, and it really freaking, it's irritating. It's really irritating, because and then of course everybody thinks that they become a professional in the law, etc., etc., etc. And I just say what I think based off of what I've seen and my knowledge. I'm not saying that's the end all be all, y'all, because I'm not an attorney by any stretch of the imagination. Oh yeah, Danielle, I've seen so much of that. Justin Bieber exposes blah 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 in court today. Um, Jay-Z is exposed in court today. I mean, it's like it's nuts. And then you go and you look, and no, nothing was even.
Press here, midday, Monday, June 9th, day 19 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial, and it's all Jane. Jane has continued on direct. This will be the last day, according to Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey. But what a day it's been. Basically, it started, there were a series of communications in October 2023 where she was like, it's over, you've made me do these terrible things, you keep threatening me in the house. And he did then threaten her about the house, saying, if you don't perform for me, I won't perform for you. But then the Cassie lawsuit hit, and they've just been playing this audio tape of when Jane called Diddy, or Diddy called Jane, and they're communicating about the lawsuit. And he says, I need you now. You know what I'm saying? Are you recording me? And she says she wasn't recording you, but there is a recording. So the question is, where did this recording come from? There was a stipulation read about a seized cell phone. So I think we're going to find out in the afternoon. But we also, then it'll end and the cross will begin. And it really...
And we did not find out this afternoon who recorded that phone call. And he was throwing out hints that that phone was tapped, like wiretapped. So, and if he was recording the call, why would he be asking Jane if she's recording the call? I think he was paranoid as fuck because he knew after that shit with Cassie dropped. And I mean, he really did with Jane. He played right in and admitted so much. Snooks, I look at like this man right here has been actually in the courtroom. And so they're not allowed to record in there at all. They're not allowed to take pictures. They can only take notes. So I have been following him on Twitter, and then I actually watched The Surprise Witness. And what she does is she gets his Twitter pulled up along with, I think today she had, I think it was NBC pulled up, an independent online journalist thing, and another, I think maybe the New York Times or someone big like that. Anyway, yeah, she goes through all the credible news sources and reads everything in real time as they update. So now there are a couple of other YouTubers like Tisa Tells. Tisa Tells has been in the courtroom. I can't hardly stand to listen to her talk. There's just something. No. I think that nugget stuff was done with AI. Because I've heard nothing about this nugget. And then there's other YouTubers out there like Down the Rabbit Hole. She's actually getting the court transcripts and going through the court transcripts. So, but because BJ is entangled in a legal battle, she doesn't have the extra money to be able to get the actual transcripts to go through them. And that's why she's using Inner City Press and then the other news sources to be able to go through and update in real time. And then she has knowledge because like she did a lot of work and stuff on and research on the whole, I guess, Britney Spears conservatorship. And one of the people that is associated with Diddy, I guess, came after her legally. Yes, those people are. They're making a shit ton of money off those fake ass things. I mean, it's crazy. That's why That's why I said people might see one channel of a person. You have no idea what people have figured out and what other channels they have out there. So don't ever think for 1 second that there ain't some really intelligent people that can create content that's not talking about haters all the time.
It should be something. We're also dealing with a number of other issues. One was on the censorship of the LA material by YouTube. That was removed. Appealed it and it won. Of course, with the UN, there is no appeal, right? So you do accurate reporting. They don't like it. They throw you out, and then nothing happens. Even law firms write to them. Nothing happens. But we remain pushing forward, and we're going to do the best that we can this week, and we're going to be continuing throughout whatever weeks it takes. U.S. versus Sean Combs, Inner City Press on the case. To be continued.
Hey, I really don't know what's going on with you, but I just want to just give you a heads up that I'm about to really disappear on you. You feel me?
Diddy accuser Jane has taken the stand, and so far...
Is this what you were talking about, Danielle? Well, the only two famous people that we know of so far, for sure. But you know, they had the hotel manager guy and the other guy that worked at the hotel go to their playlist. Okay. AI generated recreations. Huh.
The government calls Scott Mezcuddy.
Welcome.
Oh, wow.
Just come right up here.
Can I ask you to please give the court your...
Ever change?
Did the what now?
Did your understanding of the status of their relationship ever change?
After she told me?
Yes.
No, not that I knew of.
Ms. Foster, can you also please pull up what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 2A406? Do you recognize Mr. Mezcuddy, who is depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Who is this?
Capricorn.
How do you know Capricorn?
She was a friend of Cassie's.
I want to direct your attention to December of 2011. Did there come a time when law enforcement responded to your home in December of 2011?
Yes.
Why did law enforcement respond in December 2011?
Because I had a break-in.
Da-da-da. And that was Capricorn and Diddy. But yeah, it's really cool how they can do that. Like, that's what I'm saying, man. This AI thing, it kind of freaks me out a little bit. It really, really does. That's cool how they have that. I'm gonna have to oh, I'm already subscribed. Okay, good. I was gonna say, I'm gonna have to go back through and actually listen to it that way some. Oh, you're not an idiot, Snooks. You're just a little sheltered, a little naive. Okay. It's an innocent thing to be, Snooks. It's an innocent thing to be. Yeah, so okay, seriously. So do y'all think that oh yes. No, Usher didn't go on the stand. I really don't think that there are a lot of men that have been taken advantage of by him that would be willing to come out and admit it. Yeah, I agree, Danny. And that's the part that makes it scary because people sometimes don't know, what to believe. And it's kind of like what we've seen around here, with these false narratives that people like to run because they want to take someone and like completely create a narrative that's not even there. Like they'll take something that's said and twist what is said. It's crazy. And it don't come out at all like how it was truly said. let's see what else. Oh, they only have a few of them done this way on that playlist. Oh, they got some live coverage too. Yeah, he got in trouble for nodding at jurors. Some of the jurors were in there yawning during testimony. Judge got all in his ass. Damn. Victim describes blood everywhere and violent bedroom encounter. Cassie's stylist exposes disturbing details. So yeah, you can go through and watch some of that. I don't want to like play too much of everybody else's shit. So I don't want to get in trouble. But yeah, there. I mean, definitely stick to the legitimate channels. And the Law and Crime Network is a really good channel. I mean, sometimes, like I said, the guy that's on there, he gets a little long-winded for me, but I really like how they did that with the AI. That's pretty neat. Pretty damn neat. Let's see. Oh, let's see what we got going on over here. There. This is LA.
That dude got me, bro. Did you see that? That thing on the ground? It's galaxy gas, but he lit it and he ran. He's trying to be stupid. So yeah, that was galaxy gas. My buddy just zoomed in with his lens. He tried lighting the end of it to scare people. And it worked for me, because I've seen some crazy protests.
So Danielle, how far are you? Yes, inner city media is good. How far are you from where all this is happening, Danny? Like a couple of hours? See, I haven't really watched a whole lot of this.
Hey, turn it around.
Go back to Europe. So as far as like miles, how far would that be in miles? Damn. Commercial grade fireworks at the police. That's crazy.
You guys love me every time.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if I was close enough, I would be down. I would be down there. Let's see if it says down here. No, it doesn't say. Mm, yeah, I'm not sure. All the vultures waiting for the looting. No shit. They all want some free shit. Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, because I know, Snooks, that's what I said. I can't believe not now one of them have gone to do any type of real content. I know I would. Shit. I'd have been down there checking that shit out. Defund your local swine. Yeah, right. They don't want that smoke. That shit.
Hold on, we're gonna adjust this.
Bakersfield, California.
And I work for KNN for Key News Network.
You know what I like? Nobody's fighting each other. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
You got people that's fighting that like the ones that's trying to start fires and people are trying to.
Well, like I was telling people, in Compton, the protesters were being better to the cameras than the cops were. They shot me up, bro. Yeah. Look at the last thing. This is a top you out, brother. Get over here. Come on, over here.
That's crazy.
Oh, you're good. I want to walk in my shot. And he ran. You're trying to be stupid.
Oh, that's Azusa Street. Is that in Compton? Who is Stephen Paddock? I don't even know who that is. Hang on, let's see. I know you just AV Watchman United. We stand. If I could type today. Here we go. Oh, damn. Those were those electric cars. Oh, I got you. Oh, Johnny should be real familiar with this place, huh? Excuse me. White Snake? Well, let's do Who's going, man? Who's good?
That freaking loud.
And then that's the link to this video if y'all want to go sub up.
No. Look at these drones up here, huh?
Yeah, they brought them cars to the ground. Some bullshit. That's wild.
Well, look at Sarah now. Oh, yeah. I remember. That's right. Who's doing that? They're down there.
I don't understand. I throw shit up the damn bridge. Come on now.
Thanks for tuning in. If you've stuck around.
Craziness, y'all. Craziness in the world. Hey. Ooh, Danny, that would be cool. Just make sure y'all keep a safe distance. I know, Buster. They don't believe that shit that they say at all. At all. They just think they're above the law. Thank you so much for the Cash App. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. I love you long time. Appreciate it so much. Damn you, Pounder, are crazy. I know, Buster. That's what I said earlier. I was like, look, if they're here illegally and they're doing this shit and they're not packing up and going home, we need to treat them like the little terrorists that they are. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Just saying. I know, Danny, right? I mean, hell, they're what, 6,500 to 12,500 a week? I could do that shit. Man, I have my house paid off in no time. No time. But, well, guys, we've been on for a little over 3 hours. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me tonight. A professional rider for 6,500 a week. Yeah, me too. I don't know, but I'll be riding for their cause necessarily. I mean, I'll give me some silly string and dressing maybe an Oscar Mayer wiener out costume or, yeah, I don't know. Yep, Pounder. What are we holding on to, Snooks? Hold on, baby, hold on to me. Yeah, just take them down there to the border and fucking kick their asses in and tell them to swim. Sure they can. I heard there's crocodiles and shit in that water down there, though. I don't know that they'd want to do that. I mean, hell, whenever I was down there, and even JLR, he had a video where they had caught some people that had just crossed over, and they turned them around and made them go back right there on the spot. Mexico ain't got no choice but to let them back in. Shit. That's where they came from. There's a guy that has a ranch right down the street from me. He's also got a big ranch down close to the border. And he said it's so bad down there. So bad. And he was telling one of the attorneys that he was like, look, it's easy for people to sit and say, we should do this or we should do that, or, they should be treated this way or they should be treated that way when they're sitting in their houses and they're not having to worry about these sons of bitches, coming across their property, trying to steal their stuff, you know, like he's found drugs, he's found like used hypodermic needles and stuff. Like they've shot some of his livestock. He said that one day he looked up and there's a damn truck going through his ranch and dust flying behind it. And it was some damn illegals running from the border patrol. They had cut his fence. So he had to go down and take a buddy with him to stand guard while he was fixing his fence. So you bought Retina for your mom in Mexico and almost got in big trouble? Really? So if you go to Mexico, you're limited on what you can bring back, I take it. Like I don't know. I've not ever been into Mexico. I kind of wanted to while I was down there just to say that I had, because I was afraid I'd get over there and they wouldn't let me come back over. And I had a friend tell me that they really like fat white girls and they would probably try to kidnap me, but I wasn't taking chances. They'd have brought me back as soon as what? Skin lotion for wrinkles? Pounder, stop it. That's why your thing's going to fall off. Nasty. Talking about raw dogging some stuff. What the double E hockey sticks are you talking about? That's what I heard, Snooks. That's what I heard. I heard they like fat white girls. I said, what? Not going to be me. They're not keeping me over there. Taking me to Tijuana. Put me to work. Next thing you know, they'll be wanting me to make homemade tamales and tortillas. I ain't doing that either. Nope. Now, I will do. You're going to go see a donkey show and dress up like a donkey? I like donkeys personally. Oh, shit. I'm not even up on the damn stage. I'm still hiding out in the back there. I like donkeys personally. I'm kind of an ass person, But, all right, party people. No, no, you do not. I don't even believe it. Are you trying to say that it's crusty? Crusty like a donkey? Because they're ugly. That's gross. Damn pervert. But anyways, all right, y'all. It's 12:37. I need to get my ass up and get ready for bed. Yeah, don't drink the water. I agree. Make sure y'all go check out my shorts I did today. I can tell when I gain weight by who opens 7-Eleven's door for me. If I'm slim, it's white guys, then Mexicans as I gain, then the black guys like me thick. You're so funny, Snooks. But you know what? It's the truth. And let me tell you, around here, we have a lot of the Indian guys, and they just don't give a damn. I mean, they're like, if you can stomach me smelling like cumin or turmeric, I mean, they're like, come on, baby. You walk into the, hey baby, where you been? Where you been, friend? You go out tonight? I take you dinner. I'll take you to dinner. Hey, baby. I'm like, oh, no. I had this one dude, he was like, oh, you want to marry me? I said, oh, hell no, I don't want to marry you. Oh, why not? You'll be my friend. We can be friends, but I ain't marrying you, bud. I'll come up here and get my cigarettes from you. You've never had an Indian guy open the door for you? Girl, I'll tell you what, you won't need to take no turmeric. You just get enough from whipping them. They do. They have that turmeric or cumin, or I don't know. It's a really heavy scent sometimes. And I'll be like, wow. I didn't need to bring the spice box to the store. My turmeric brings all the girls to the yard. Girl, why? They be looking at you with the cockeye? Curry cologne? Yeah. Oh, yeah, Danielle. Exactly. That's the ones I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. Ah, Bedford. Yes. Oh, yes. Man, just float. I forget all about him now. It's been a few months, but I did what's that guy's name? He does the clips for LC's channel, Rick Langley. I want to say it was a clip on one of his channels that had GS vlog in it. Swear. He used to call you uncle. I swear that dude would come up on panels and would be sitting there pulling on his Tootsie Roll. I really think that he's so weird. Yes, baby. Yes. I'll never forget the night. I think we were on Bell's, and Sea Org made this printed mask of GS vlog, and he did a whole bit to it, and then ended up in the bathtub. That shit was so funny. I don't know that I've ever laughed that hard on YouTube's. That shit was so funny. I miss Org. He used to crack me up. It was Barefoot. He played it everything just right. He did it perfect. And I cried. That was some epic shit. I ain't even gonna lie. I probably on Bell's panel had the most laughs. Because there was no telling what was gonna happen on her panel some nights. And I would have to say, out of all the panels that I've been on, that's probably the one that I've laughed the most on. But back in the day when things were a little simpler, God, we thought it was just so crazy back then too, right? Nothing like it is now. That guy Jason. Oh, the one that's always in the car, Snooks. Yeah. I think that's the one that the Pink Power Ranger made the inappropriate joke to. Well, Snooks, I probably run a pretty close second. So, it is what it is. It was still good times. Still good times. And yes, Org was very authentic. Well, shit show, this is very, very true. But some of those panels, now I will say that I've had on Barefoots, actually, when we outlasted the black screen, that fucking night was hilarious too. Is that what he's doing, Snooks? It would not surprise me, because it looks like he stares deep into uh the inch high eyes. You were blocked on there, but you listened anyway. Yeah. I don't know that I may have been blocked in there a couple of times, but you still have that stolen screen recording up? I tell you what, when I started speaking Spanish to that thing and it all of a sudden turned on, like the whole time I was speaking Spanish, that thing never, like, it didn't have an issue until I started speaking English again. Yeah, Snooks, I agree. He kind of looks like he could be another like Jeffrey Dahmer or Ted Bundy or something. Completely. Yes, I agree, Barefoot. Throw him over the fence. Right now. Got to get rid of him. That Arthur rhythm. I'll tell you the other funny thing that made me laugh so hard was the night that Johnny was reading super stickers and he called shit show Shih Tzu. That shit made me die too. I was like, oh my God, are you serious right now? He done called the girl Shih Tzu. Oh. Oh yeah, Snooks. Sure is. Apparently, allegedly, he's passed around a picture of her. But I don't know. Like they said on In Living Color, I ain't one to gossip. So you ain't heard that from me. Homie don't play that. That's funny. I call him Shard Shitter. And that fucking damn re thing. I that crazy watcher. She's still using my content all the time. Bitch, please. Thank you, Inky. I love you too, girl. I'm just like, this crazy bitch. She just don't know. Look, I'm just tired. That bitch gonna call me crazy. Well, look, she don't have no documented proof of that. But if that's what she wants to call me, that's fine. But then that means that I get to tell the truth about her. And she's mentally retarded. She said it out of her own mouth. So don't call me crazy. And I won't call you mentally retarded. And I won't make fun of the way you talk either. If you stop lying on me. But keep on. And I'll do it again. I don't give a fuck. I am past the point of giving a fuck about that shit. So she can sit up there and lie and do that bullshit. She's just gonna have to deal with it. Whenever I feel like it. Mm-hmm. Is that what happened, Snooks? I noticed that the Pink Power Ranger still goes over there. They still go over there. That's crazy. Mm-mm-mm. But I bet he didn't give her money that he raised either, did he? Nope. Mm-mm. And then I guess supposedly I did hear that fucking wanna be important Nils apparently has had stuff to say about me. And I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about me for? Like the last time Nils and I had a conversation, things were copacetic. So Oh yeah, I remember hearing her say that, Snooks. I sure do. Um, so and I don't know, I guess somebody said that they heard him say that something about me being the one that said that JT was the heroin dealer, the black guy from Florida. No, not true. That's not true at all. Miss T is the one that sent him those links to drop in her chat. And I'm the one that said that that wasn't the correct person. So he can suck it with that. He just wants to be so important. Bless his heart. Mm, 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 mm. So he's over there swinging on some nuts. I'm just like, these people are wild. And sorry. Yep. And Danielle, the thing about it is that I guess maybe he drank enough that he forgot. Jim already called him out on that shit a long time ago. Because remember, Jim was trying to say that he had found some stuff in Niels's background that he would be embarrassed if it got out and people wouldn't think so highly of him, and like presented it as if it was something like really salacious, of course, involving kids. You know, that's kind of his little go-to thing or whatever. You know, just like he tried to do with Homegrown, talking about, you know, Homegrown's got some really bad charges in his past. No, he's got one from 1990 for deadly conduct. You know, but that could have been anything. He could have discharged a firearm in the city limit and got deadly conduct. So, I mean, he says this shit like, and people act like nobody's gonna remember. I'm sorry. I might smoke a little bit, but I mean, I do remember how shit goes down, and I remember what I say for the most part. There's sometimes when I get in my rants and I just blah, 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 blah. Like, apparently somebody thinks that I put their full address on YouTube. No. Mm-mm. Nope. But you might want to talk to your son-in-law about putting the city and all of that out on his videos. Just saying. I know, Pounder. That's wild, ain't it? Oh, Snooks. He's look, he's just like everybody else. He wants a little bit of rub. He wants someone that's um where he's gonna feel like he's respected and a part of something, and like he jumps up on that panel like he's God's gift to YouTube. Yeah, very opportunistic. You know, of course, most of the time all you hear him talk about is his damn self, you know, and well, great, you were an EMT and you've done things to go and help people that have been affected by natural disasters, and that's all great. But if you're coming back to, you know, brag about it and whatnot and use it to elevate yourself, then you did it with the wrong intentions, bud. Sorry, not sorry. If you're great, you don't have to tell people how great you are. It'll just show. But it's usually those people that talk about how great they are and shit the most, or how righteous they are and everything else. It's usually those that are the most fucked up. So make a video about that. Multiple personality bitch. Good to see you. Snooks, I agree. I heard him say that he's no longer working in the emergency department or EMT or whatever the hell he was doing. So no, I'm sure there's going to be probably some type of formation of a nonprofit or something, and yeah, who knows? I don't know. Yep, egomaniac. Jing jing. Got that right. There's a lot of, I mean, I think in order to, to truly be a real successful creator, in a sense, you have to kind of be a little bit of an egomaniac. But some of these people, they're not doing dick. So they shouldn't have egos that big. I'm sorry. A new program he's releasing in the next 3 days. Interesting. Any idea what kind of program? I know, Honeybee, right? Is it like AA, NA? Is it a social welfare? Is it a software program? Like, what are we talking here? Oh. Don't you? I just hate that. I'm doing something really, really big, but I'm not going to tell you I'm doing something really, really big, because then you're going to ask me what I'm doing and I can't tell you. Stab me in the eye, stab me in the throat. Jesus. Oh, he's going to make multi-millions in a few months. We got another Elon Musk on our hands, or what? Let me guess. He's putting ketamine in baby oil. I'm just. That's been done. Oh, sometimes I crack myself up. I can't help it. I can't help it. No, I can't help it. I can't help it. And billions over time? Was he going to be, what was that guy? Steve Jobs? Is that his name? It's a guaranteed bullshit story or bullshit. Yeah. That trajectory is circling the drain. Hey, look, if he does, great for him. Hey, my concho. I mean, hell, I'm not going to hate on him. I just want to see him do it first. Right? Well, I mean, and that's truly, that is how things happen, People get an idea for something, and look, some people do have the ambition and the drive and, the desire to be successful. No, Pounder. No. Once you make the billion, quadrillion, cajillion, then maybe I'll get Honeybee to act like she's worshiping you. She'll hit you with the whoopee cushion. How about that? If you make all that money, I might be jealous of you a little bit. What are you getting the medal for, Mike? Hey, hullabaloo. Nooks, I'm not. I mean, he used to do it a lot. Slob on my knob. Lick it up and down like it was corn on the cob. Honeybee, I'm with you. I'm definitely with you. Mike, unblock Snooks. Please. Damn, hullabaloo. How you gonna come in my room and say hi to Mike first and not me? What the hell in bells? You make me cry. Damn, Gina. What's wrong with you, girl? Mm. Y'all keep me up too late. But yeah, exactly. Pump the brakes. Perk it, perk it. Oh, Lord have mercy. Holla has you blocked too, Snooks? What the heck? Hey, where did Watcher of Scurvy go? That's what I want to know. I haven't seen him in like forever. Fuck everybody. Where? Are you Scurvy, Honcho? There's no way. Unless y'all are one and the same person. Are now it is possible that you guys are Siamese twins. Or no, not Siamese, conjoined. Conjoined twins. I heard that y'all were conjoined at the butthole. Y'all stand butthole to butthole. And I also heard that you guys share an inner leg and a scrotum sac. Yep, that's right, Snooks. I don't believe it. I don't believe you're getting scurvy. Damn, Hullabaloo, you work? I thought you was retired. I'm just joking. I'm retired. Well, don't be a stranger. You don't have to be a stranger now just because you've been working. You got to come home sometime. Make sure you pop in every once in a while. Just say, hey, I'm still alive. So we know. Okay, party people. Now, I think this time I'm going to go ahead and jump off of here for good. It's 1:01 in the morning. My breath's stinking as I'm yawning. If you go incognito, you can see I don't want to see everyone. Okay, Mike. I really don't. I don't want to see everyone. I actually went through the other day and I blocked a whole bunch of people. Damn, Shaq lady. What do you mean you just woke up? The hell? Oh, y'all are wild. That's Joy Perry is another one that does that. You never know what time of the day or night she is gonna wake up. Oh, Snooks, I thought you said if you're black, you're not. And I'm like, if I'm black, of course I'm black. You didn't know? I thought you knew, girl. What's my turn? Holy shit. That's some crazy. Oh, look. Joy Perry. Joy said, I'm here listening. What the fuck is sex shit, lady? I don't see her. She must have me blocked. Who gives a rat's ass? I love you, Joy. You got such a bubbling personality. Joy came to see you, Mike? You didn't give her all the whiskey, did you? Joy Perry is a very upstanding citizen. Thankful for her presence in my community. She definitely knows how to make me laugh. I would love to meet Joy in person. She's actually one of the people I would meet in person. I'm just saying. But yeah, Shaq, not just hold up. We talked about some P. Diddy's and the P. Diddy trial that's going on. We talked a little bit about, so I want to know, what do you guys think? Do y'all think Elon's son is really what caused his black eye? Or you think that Trump punched him in the eye? Or do you think that Don Jr. punched him in the eye, or even Barron punched him in the eye? Melania could have punched him in the eye. It could have been one of the Illuminati's. Joy, you're supposed to have a crush on Shard Shitter. That's hilarious. Pantyhose punched him in the eye. Shaq, I've been stuck to that case. I really have. Because I told people, let's see, how old am I right now? Oh, so yeah, it's probably been about 30 years ago, 20 years ago, that he was creeper peeper. Joy riding on his little scooter. His little scoot. Hey, I have a Joy hitter. It's a silicone one too. Just saying. Yeah, he is Shaq. He's a demon. He's definitely a demon. Pussy hose. Y'all crack me up with some of the names you come up with. But yeah, so we talked about that, and then we talked about the riots, protests, whatever's going on in LA. And that's really about it. Oh, Lord have mercy. So Shark Shitter thinks Joy wants him, and Johnny thinks that you want his butthole. Lord have mercy. That thing's too wide. You fall in that shit. Be like the damn, what is that crater that they have? Oh shit. If I was back in high school, I could have told you. But I'm not, so I can't. Y'all know what I'm talking about? No. There's the Royal Gorges in Colorado, isn't it? I'm talking about there's a crater. Hang on. It's where the spaceship crashed. There's a big crater. What's it called? Big. Oop. Okay. It's in northern Arizona. It's called the Barringer Crater. It's a crater. Meteor crater. The impact occurred approximately 50,000 years ago. Huh. The biggest crater is in Chesapeake Bay. Huh. Very interesting. I did not know that. Oh, that's cool. Johnny has a mud butt. Hitler Christine will make a good pair. They both have to tell the weather. They both have to announce who's coming on. She was at work today. Why were? Crater Lake. I've heard of Crater Lake. I do Snooks, the what? The Great Crater? Oh, Meteor. Mediocre. Positive. Just saying. Anyhow, all right. Hookers and hoes. Bless her heart, Joy. The Royal Gorge. Oh, that's his nickname. Oh, well, I heard it was just Cupcake. So, Cupcake and Chatterbait makes a perfect pair. That's what I heard. Chocolate flavored. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, all right, party people. It's been real. Oh, Shack Lady, I think he just hit his channel. I don't think he got terminated. So I know that he had posted something the other day on his community page about having a strike. And I know that that's why he had like hid all his videos and stuff because somebody had kept striking him. And so he just hid everything. And I'm going to assume at this point that he just went ahead and hid his channel. Somebody told me that I don't know if somebody had told them or they had heard him or something say that he was done with YouTube. But yeah. Well, I mean, at some point, people just gotta fucking get over it and move on. And I mean, you've got people out there that do those little bitch ass moves, where they'll sit there and they'll run a narrative all day long, but as soon as you speak up with the truth or show the proof or whatever, they want to attack, or you do the same thing to them. They want to report your channel and try to get it taken down. And like, come on, people, do some fucking real content. You're like 10 miles, 20 miles from the LA riots. Take your bitch ass down there, Mr. Tough Guy, and go get us some live feed of that shit. Who has street neck? What? An ostrich neck is? Oh, I know, Snook, same thing. And then, what? Let me tell you. Yeah, that's the street cred. I know what an ostrich neck is. Well, I know what it looks like. It's long. Get stuck out there. Yes, Snooks, that's the thing. Is like I went for almost 3 weeks without talking about them. And you know what? They couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle it. So they started running their cock gobblers, and well, I'm just at a point that they want to fuck with me. I'm gonna fuck back. I'm gonna try to thrust that bitch to the ceiling fan. If you know, then you know. Woo! Hey, Pervy. Uh-oh. Say it ain't so. So they're sending stuff back to Pompton Lakes again, and it embarrassed him. Man, it sounds like a repeat of a couple years ago. Yep. I mean, if he don't want to be embarrassed, then he needs to quit acting like that. Oh, my word. He sold his channel. for $1,280. Did you hear that on the YouTube Associated News channel? Oh, he's got a sister, Snooks? I didn't know that. I thought it, well, I guess that would make sense since he's got a, well, maybe I thought he had a brother. Who's the oldest? Oh, he does? He hates her? That's sad. Aw. Damn it. She's probably older? Or is he the oldest? Oh, damn. She got all the money. That'll cause some bad blood. Pervy, they're sending his crap to everybody. Who would want Bob's crap? What's this song? We got bad blood. Baby, we got bad blood. Bad blood, bad blood. Oh, definitely, Shack Lady. And you know, I'm telling y'all, way back in the day, when he first started coming around, there was a post on Facebook that he had made about how he loved to piss people in town off. And apparently he was pissing and moaning because nobody liked him. And I guess that he was pushed into retirement or something because he had gone off on some lady and I guess threw a phone across the office at her, or I don't remember. Oh, he did say so. Okay, so I'm not crazy because he tries to that didn't happen. I know. I read it. I read it. I didn't know he said it on your channel too. Wow. I bet there is, Snooks. I bet there is. If you ever want to come up one night and do a members only and share with us, that would be awesome. I'd be interested. Since he's taken such an interest in my life. Thank you, shit show. Because a lot of people like to label me that, but I mean, I guess I am a little bit, but I see. Him laughing about a grandmother unaliving her grandchild probably didn't sit well with lots of people. What? Oh my gosh. Oh, I know, Snooks. I know. And there's things in text messages that I have. I've never talked about. Like, whatever. He gets something in his mind and he doesn't he'll throw anybody under the bus. He don't give a fuck. It was a call he took as a dispatcher. Wow. Wow, Pervy, I didn't know that. Yeah, now Snooks, I've got the clip of that. And then the other thing too is, you know, when he found out in South Carolina that 16 was the legal age for consensual sex, he's like, oh, I need to move there. Like, really? Sicko. But yet he still wants to dig into everybody else's shit. Food for thought. Did you know that dispatchers will have retirement that looks like it's under the actual police retirement? but the two are completely separate. I could see where that would be separate. Because like our 911 dispatch is not part of our local police department. It's a separate entity. So I can definitely see that. Oh yeah, Snooks, I do remember that. Oh Joy, yeah. He only hid his channel. He didn't delete it. I guarantee you that. He'll be back. He'll be back. And he'll be calling in somewhere or going up on panel. It's about damn time, Ron Cully. Oh yeah, Shaq. I mean, he actually admitted it a while back. It was after him and Jim had the falling out where it was Leanne and Crystal Ann and Rainbow Melon and Kathy and Axel and Bob and all of them had broken off from Jim. And oh, thank you, Roy. And he had made the comment on a stream that he shouldn't have allowed Jim to carry on that story, and he just went with it, and he shouldn't have done that. That was wrong. And which, look, there's nothing wrong with being, a retired dispatcher, because they are definitely the eyes and the ears, of what's happening out there. It's a very important job. And I think that they're not recognized near enough. And so I give him all the respect, of holding that position as long as he did. Like there's no bones about that whatsoever. My issue was just, allowing people to believe a lie. So, yeah, Shaq, I don't know, because he has his moments with me. Hell, I didn't do nothing to him this go round. All I did was ask questions. And when he answered them, I left it alone. But no. He's got to keep on. We're like 6-8 months in, and yeah, he lacked a lot of ethics and integrity. He was the security guard at a bank at one point, not a real police officer on a beat. Blessed America. We're talking about Bob Farrell, Roy. Talking about Bob. And, I mean, other than him getting so nasty with people like that and wanting to dox everybody, I mean, look, he can be a funny guy, and he's gonna draw people to watch. Yeah. Bank security was his special officer. Oh, for some reason I thought that he did oh no, he drove a school bus. I was thinking for a second there, school resource officer, but well, Shaq, I look forward to that day. If the Lord says the same. Oh, Roy, I promise you're not missing anything. Exactly, Shaq lady. Me either. Me either. Just yeah, no couth whatsoever. No self-respect. Yeah. But, and he's just another one, Snooks, that likes to poke the bear, poke the bear, poke the bear, poke the bear, and then wants to fucking be a titty baby when the bear pokes back. Well, Pervy, I don't disagree with you. I really don't disagree with you. Wait a minute. Didn't I hear today that he sold his channel to Taboo Men and they're just going to turn it into mowing yards? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'll never forget when he said, "Oh, I tell you what, if I wanted to find Jim Terry, I could do it. It ain't that fucking hard." He damn sure couldn't find him to mail him that fucking blanket, could he? And I'm sorry. Why does a grown man sleep with fucking a picture of Jim Terry on his pillow? I'm just curious. I've been meaning to ask that for a while. Yep, Taboo Men. Joy. I heard the same thing from the YouTube news archives or some shit like that. Well, I mean, he needs to just come on out the closet and be who he is. Nobody cares about that anymore. Now he's free balling. Oh, Roy, it's all right. Oh, no shit show, it's not. I mean, I'm kind of cute. Yeah, there is no marriage license out there, that's for sure. You gave me an idea, Snooks. Thank you. No kids and an angry dick. Yep. It's called an incel. Pervy, it looks like it was sunken in. He's probably the one with the hole in his back, not his little brother. Well, maybe we just have to work on a little something. Because I'm curious. Curious George. Curious little monkey. Oh, he listens to everything. You know, he done told us that. So, yeah, it is what it is. He'll be somewhere ranting and raving later. And Bob, don't get no ideas with my special needs nephew either, pervy. Don't be looking at him sexually. God gives tools to those that need them. Yes, indeed. I know, Snooks. I think that would be very evident. You know, there would be some type of tie to that. An association. Pervy, you don't like the twinks? They'll give you your groove back. Definitely give you the groove back. All right, party people. I've said this like 3 times in the last hour, but for real, 4 hours now and rolling. Keep those wagons rolling. Rawhide. Oh, shit. It's late. People. All right, y'all. I've had a wonderful evening. I really appreciate it. I know they call me a cow all the time. So I'm just like, shit. Okay, cool. I'll be that. Cows are cute. And they will stomp your ass. Huh. But anyways, party people, while y'all are out there being blessed, be a blessing to someone else. I'll see y'all real soon. And y'all come back now. You heard?